Good afternoon, everyone. It is 12 noon on the dot, and we are live, live and in effect. My name is Naita Green, and I am the CEO and founder of Disability Community for Democracy. Today, I just want to say this right now, even though we are live streaming on both um, on both YouTube and Substack. Just want to remind people we need to be respectful of others and stuff like that in the chat. Today is our Say No to Crip Crow virtual rally. We are celebrating Disability Pride Month and also standing on business, so we are not having to deal with attacks anymore from the current occupant and his co-conspirators. And I'm just gonna kick us off with opening us up with what who Disability Community for Democracy is and why it exists, and our and what and how you can get involved, and I'll talk about that at the end as well. um, And so I am, my name is Naita Green. I started Disability Community for Democracy after the 2024 election cycle because we were not being represented properly, as far as I was concerned, by both presidential candidates. I understand that one of the presidential candidates had a shorter window than the other, but still, our issues were not being represented properly. And therefore, I wanted a place where people with disabilities could have a voice and push back and fight for liberal democracy, no matter who's in power at the state, federal, and local county levels of government, and wanted us to be represented in every facet of society. We make up approximately 30% in the United States of people with disabilities. We are the largest marginalized group with the least political power. And so we got very complacent, I believe, after the ADA and Olmstead got ADA got signed into law, and Olmstead was decided. And now, because we haven't really updated the ADA since 2008, and that was 18 years ago, the current occupant and his co-conspirators are attacking our right to exist in society. It is really frustrating that this is happening. And I am going to ask, if you are on Substack, please share the link on your page and hit those hearts, because we want people to see it. See this rally. This rally is going to go for at least until 3:15, 3:30 at the latest. And so I want everyone to understand we are not playing around anymore. We're not. We're going to fight back, and we're going to support candidates regardless of political party who support the codification of Olmstead into federal law by updating the Americans with Disabilities Act. We can no longer be afraid to update the Americans with Disabilities Act to codify our rights into law. We can't. We can't be afraid. We have to stand 10 toes down and say, not on our watch. Um, the other thing I do want to say before I turn it over, and our first speaker isn't here yet. but I might let our second speaker go first if our first speaker doesn't pop on soon. Is I just want people to understand that if they succeed to put people with disabilities into the most restrictive environments, if we allow states and territories, county governments and local governments to do that through imprisonment, classroom, like segregation in classroom back in the day, even though the IDA was the law on the books when I was in school, there was no enforcement mechanism, so it was not enforced equally. It was not enforced equally. I'm just going to stop there. And Olmstead gives it the ability to do that. So I just want people to understand that we are standing on business and we are going to keep fighting back. And so with that, I am going to turn the floor over, because I do not see our first speaker, to Jackie Duda, and I'm going to bring her on. And hi, Jackie.
Hey, Naida, how you doing?
All right, I'm going to turn the floor over to you, and then I'm going to just hide my camera for now.
Okay, Naida, can you hear me okay? Because these are new headphones I'm trying, and I want to make sure there's no feedback.
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, here we go, I guess. Thank you, Naida. You give me always a huge act to follow. And, I met Naida shortly after the current administration had taken over office, and being quite concerned myself about what was going on and some of the things that Naida has mentioned, things specifically in our disability community. My name is Jackie Duda. I live in Frederick, Maryland. I'm a journalist, a vlogger, patient advocate, and podcaster, and I spend quite a bit of time on Capitol Hill myself, advocating for sepsis legislation, blood culture contamination improvements, and also antimicrobial resistance issues within our healthcare system. I've been disabled since 2012. I'm a member, was a member. I'm on hiatus right now because of a spine surgery I had done at Johns Hopkins in May. But a member of our Frederick County Commission on Disabilities, that's our local commission here in Frederick, and a co-moderator of the Invisible Disabilities After Sepsis group. It's a peer support group that runs once a month through the Sepsis Alliance. I'm also on the advisory board for Sepsis Alliance. And when Naida asked me to speak and give a few remarks here, first of all, I was quite honored. Thank you, Naida. You are wonderful. And I do have a podcast episode coming up this week before Disability Pride Month ends. I will get it to air, where I did a podcast with Naida about some of these issues we were speaking about as well. Because quite frankly, disability impacts everybody in some way. It's the one group where anybody can become a member at any time. And the thing is, working with the sepsis community the way that I do, I've come to realize that about 50% of people who experience sepsis and septic shock suffer a lifelong disability afterwards. So it's much more far-reaching, I think, than our general population is aware and thinks, although I do remind people all the time. I'm always that I'm that voice, excuse me, in the back of the room saying, well, anybody can become disabled. These things that we talk about in our local commission, like parking issues and Olmstead and 504s. And these are things that, we have to keep fighting to keep them alive, to keep them active, and to make sure that we can get Olmstead codified. I'm completely on board with what Naida said. I am someone who became apathetic, I think, over time. I'm 63 years old. I grew up in a time where I remember, disability, people with disabilities at that time when I was a kid, they were excluded. They were segregated. They were kept out of the public view. The people with the imperfections not infiltrating the perfect communities. So when I went to school, I was in grade school, and there was just a special room for special education at the end of the hallway. And those kids were not even allowed to come out at recess when we were out there. So I remember these things, and that is part of what drives my passion, not just because I'm disabled. It was always a concern for me in the 90s. I was a school teacher here in Montgomery County, and I had special education students in my classes. By now, in the 90s, they were integrated into the classroom and, the least restrictive environment. And that's really what we're talking about here too, with the way that people with disabilities can live, not being warehoused in a place that's away from everybody, again, out of sight and out of mind, but being within society. Because I saw that my own students needed the autonomy and the agency to make their own choices. And the ones who had the most support within their communities, within the school system, within their parents and their families, those were the kids who tended to do best. And the same thing goes for adults. Adults are no different. If they are given the agency and the autonomy to stay at home and receive their treatments, receive their care within the community, and to, not have to be away from family, friends, and their support systems, then that's also where we're going to have a more successful society. Now, I've gotten very discouraged and depressed, like probably a lot of us over the last year and a half, because it seems like a constant attack on people with disabilities every time you turn around. And where my apathy began, I think, was back in those 90s, back in seeing where, as a teacher, that kids actually had supports in contrast to the way it was when I grew up. Kids with disabilities had supports at every tool that we could give them to be successful. I grew apathetic. This will never go away. It's only going to get better from here, right? I never counted on this. As a teacher, I focus on teaching and learning myself. I'll never stop learning until the day I die. So that's where I've gone back to look at, where did I become so complacent? Where did I become to a point where I thought, oh yeah, because if we don't keep fighting for these things, no matter, as Naida said, no matter who's in office, we're going to have to keep fighting to make sure that we keep our rights, that we keep our autonomy, that we have the agency to make the choices that we need to make to live our best lives and to make sure that our communities thrive with diversity and with, people of all abilities in them. And I think, again, that going to go back to the part about the worst part is people without a disability are not aware. They don't think about this like we do. And we are all on board here. I mean, you're all here because, we care about Olmstead, we care about codifying it, we care about getting, our legislators to reject the memo. And I will tell you this, we are a brave and mighty and courageous group. We are strong. We are disability strong. And we can keep this going. I mean, Naida has done the heavy lift of starting this in the first place. And now we just need to keep this going and educating, especially, like I said, our non-disabled people. Yesterday, I had a friend of mine ask me, I went to lunch with her. She asked me how I was doing. She says, you look great. And this surgery I had done was very invasive. I had a big incision made in my upper back, and they had to remove a tumor from my spine and do a lot of repair work. And she said, you look great for what you've been through. Can't even tell. And I said, well, I'm trying, every day. I'm not strong enough yet. I have still a lot of problems I'm trying to work through in therapy, in physical and occupational therapy. And she goes, oh, but you're going to be better one day. And I looked at her and I said, but it's not bad if I don't get better, because I always get this impression that healthier people want to fix me. They want to fix us. They want us to be non-disabled. And that's not a possibility. So I said, I'm never going to be better, Patty. I'm never going to, I'm going to get better from the surgery. Yes. But my chronic conditions and the problems I had to begin with are not going to vanish and go away. And I said, and that doesn't make my life any less valuable, or it doesn't make it horrible either. And she didn't say anything, and she stood there, and I could see the wheels turning, and she was thinking, and she was considering what I said. And she said, you know what? You're right. She said, I want to fix people. I want to make everybody better and want to make them happy. And I said, but I am happy. I said, the day after my surgery, when I felt like I was lying in a hospital bed on iron bars, I was in pain, but I was still happy. I said, I'm happy being me and being who I am, good, healthy, non-healthy, whatever. But our lives aren't less meaningful or terrible because we're disabled. And so that's what I managed to say to each and every person. And if I could round up a whole community of people to deliver that message, and I am actually looking into doing that more in my public speaking, that, having a disability is not the end of the world. It's challenging and it's difficult and it's hard every single day. But, where are we going here if we say, well, healthy people have the happiest lives and people with disabilities don't? So again, trying to educate and trying to make people aware that these are important issues. And this is what we want to get a whole big community around to support us and to support, everyone. Sorry, guys, that was my timer going to keep me on time. But that is what I'm trying to do. Again, former teacher me, I guess she never really left, even though I haven't been teaching for years. But I'm trying to keep the non-disabled community as informed as we are, because if we could get a whole legion of people to care about these issues, everybody to care and to understand that communities are so much more enriched when we're in them, when other people with disabilities can get their home care, can be with their families, can participate and thrive in a society. That's just better for everybody all around. And so if any message I have been able to take away from Naida's amazing and brilliant work that she does on Substack and through these live streams and through these very critical and important rallies is that I have learned, I will never take a back seat again. I am never going to become apathetic again and just assume that things are going to keep getting better for people with disabilities, no matter who is in office. I will not become complacent anymore. I will keep watch. Apathy is my enemy from now on, and I am going to make sure that I stay involved within these communities. And I just want to end on this. Don't get discouraged with, I know Naida has a great transcript. She's asked us to make those calls, to send those emails to your representatives and your legislators. And having been on Capitol Hill, I can tell you that old adage, the squeaky wheel gets the grease, is true. They listen. The more and more the voices come in, the more and more our voices get louder. They can't ignore us. And we can get them to listen. So thank you, everybody, for hearing me out. Thank you, Naida, for having me here. You're beautiful. I love what you're doing.
Before you log off, because I want to just ask you a couple of questions before you log off. I also serve on my city's disability commission. I am the secretary. And our last meeting, we didn't have quorum, but we had an informal meeting. And I said, these were my exact words: the federal government is no longer a partner in this space.
Right.
And we have a responsibility as appointed officials. We were appointed our board is appointed by our city council with recommendations by our city manager, which is equivalent to a mayor in other cities.
Same.
What are you calling? Because I know I'm going to be, and I've spoken to my friend who's the chair. We're
Mhm.
calling for us to write a letter to the people who represent our city. So our two members of the House and our two senators. That's what we're going to be asking, and we're actually also going to ask City Council to open their mouth and say something like they did around ICE earlier
Yes.
in the year. What is your plans? I know you're still healing from your surgery. I'm
Mhm.
glad to see you. You reached out to me and said you were live. I really appreciate you keeping me in the loop.
Yes,
I was worried about you.
I
So
made it.
what is your plans to push back at the local level? Are you planning on doing the same? Are you planning on going to Capitol Hill?
We have talked about it, and our commission, I think our disability commission, it's been interesting because I live in a county where it is probably like a lot of counties, very slow to adopt changes, very slow to listen to other groups. And so I know that we have a member, I think he's president now. I'm out of touch because I haven't been to a meeting since April. So, and I've been reading some of the notes and some of the open meeting information in the minutes from the meetings. But we have actually two people, I believe, who do take people to Annapolis, and they take people to DC because, remember the old saying, all politics is local?
Correct.
It truly is. I mean, and that's where, I don't get as discouraged because I think about, okay, it doesn't matter about, that guy in the White House right now. It matters about getting our local leaders to hear us and listen to us. I have not been successful in the past. I have argued about parking issues, for example, disabled people with marked, handicap placards or license plates being towed from their handicapped spots because of like minor infractions in the apartment communities where some pass was expired or something. And that was totally wrong, totally wrong. And I go through the United Way of Frederick has actually been our friend. They've been our friend, I think, more than our city government right now, because it just seems like it's so hard to get their ear. I know of two aldermen who do have like people with disabilities in their families, and those seem to be the ones that care. But, again, I think it can't just be us or people with someone disabled in their family, because anybody can join this group at any time. And
Right.
everybody needs to care. So the pushback, I don't know that we've gotten pushback. I would say we've gotten a lot of apathy. We have a lot of apathy in town, and it's a challenge.
So I'm going to make a request to you because since
Yes,
you are here,
right.
we are going to our next phase. We're still calling on people to call their members of Congress,
Yes.
which means you have three members in Congress. You have your House rep and your two U.S. senators.
Mhm.
I am going to ask you, Jackie.
Mhm.
We are going to do a lobby day,
Okay.
in district lobby day. Everybody is back from DC in August.
Right.
August 25th, we are going to go to the district offices. We're going to have 10 people, the group, 10 people, one leader, and 9 other people with disabilities lead. Would you be willing, to, announce it on your platform? I have a sign up link. The goal is to have 500 and
Mhm.
5,000. We have 535 members of Congress. So the
Right.
goal is to have 5,350 people at the same time talking to the members of Congress. Well, not exactly at the same time because there's times of differences and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
on the same day talking to the members of Congress, or usually is going to be their aides, as you know, because I've also been on Capitol Hill lobbying before.
Right.
So what is your thoughts? We are going to need bodies to do this because they're not going to just listen. They're not necessarily listening to us. In my experience, like with housing and Epstein, meet a
Yeah.
public swell. I mean, has that been your experience when you've been on Capitol Hill as well?
Well, being that it's been mostly healthcare stuff and the sepsis issues and everything, like I found that they're quite receptive. They're receptive if they're aware of the issues because they've been hearing about it a lot. And that's why I do say, I get discouraged too making those calls every day because I'd sit there and go, is this really doing anything? And then I have to remind myself, say, yes, it is. Because when you go into that office and you say, hi, I'm Miss So-and-so, Mr. So-and-so, or whatever. And I say, hey, I'm here to talk about sepsis, or I'm here to talk about Olmsted. If they've heard about it, they're very receptive. Like the staffers are very receptive.
Yeah. And the close this out, Jackie.
Yeah.
I notice, because again, I've been doing this, I've been at this for almost 2 years now.
Yeah.
If you're also in local government or state government or county government, regardless if you're elected official, appointed official, you're considered an expert in this because of you. So this is the thing I am going to say, and I'm going to ask if you agree with this. If you can get involved, if they have an opening in your disability commission, you have a disability yourself, or you don't have one, but you have a passion for this, get involved. It's one meeting a month, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, depending on your on your commission. It is not a heavy lift. I know a lot of people who have children. One of the people who serve on the commission has 2 children, and is disabled herself, and she does it. So
yes.
So,
and public, we welcome public attendance too.
yes,
at our meetings, just like a school board and stuff. Anybody, all you have to do is email the commission and send them an email and say, hey, I have this issue. I want to come talk about it. And, we'll either let you, invite you in to come do a presentation, or you could just sit there, even if that's too much and completely understandable. Not everybody likes to talk in front of a group of people. You could just sit there with us and sit around that big conference table. I mean, we have members of the public all the time who attend the meetings just to stay informed and just to be aware of these issues, or to bring other issues to our attention that we didn't know about.
Well, Jackie, I really appreciate you and your work. I will DM you the link on.
We're going to be talking in September, right?
Yeah, Jackie's going to be on the end of September, until you know why, the 25th. So save the date. It's going to be fun. Jackie, I'm glad that you're able to sit up. I know how that feels when you can't for different reasons, and it sucks. And yeah, I have it in my lower back.
Yeah, you're the opposite end. Yeah,
I'm the opposite end. Yeah, it sucks. So I'm gonna say, Jackie, thank you so much. I will DM you the sign up link, and I'll see you soon. Okay.
I will see you soon too, and I will DM you the minute I get the podcast live. It will be this week, just before Disability Pride Month ends.
Well, I appreciate you inviting me on and doing the interview. Thank you so much, Jackie, and thank you for your friendship as well.
Thank you. Same, Nida. Thank you so much.
Thanks. So I'm going to introduce Nico. Nico, do you want to come out? You can turn on your camera, or if you can't, let me do that for you. Hi, Nico. How are you?
Hi.
So,
I'm well, Nida. How are you?
I'm going to do a quick intro. I'm sorry, I'm a little behind already. As you know, I serve on my city's disability commission. I'm the secretary, which is the co-chair position. You serve on yours as well. And I'm super excited that you are here. Nico's I'm going to just say it. You're a badass. You are a badass. Everyone knows who you are in Philadelphia. You are very active throughout, not only in Philly, but throughout the state. And so hopefully, I'm going to just say this, hopefully we can get together and we can definitely talk after the rally, because we need every single disability commission, this is just my personal opinion, to be writing letters to members of Congress saying that they need to codify. But I'm going to give you the floor. Go ahead, Nico. Thank you so much for taking some time out on your Saturday. I know it's beautiful because it's beautiful where I'm at. So I know it's beautiful down by you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
I can.
Fantastic. Naida, thank you. Thank you for building this, and thank you for building it accessibly from that very first pixel, the way, frankly, everything should have been built all along. And thank you also for a term that you've coined that named this moment before the rest of us really had the words for it. And we'll get to that phrase afterwards. To everybody tuning in this morning or this afternoon, depending upon where you are, or whether you're tuning in just to the fight in whatever chair or bed or corner of the country that you join us from, it's an honor to stand with you. Even if technically some of us are sitting and one of us is running on a wheelchair battery that would really like to be recharged right about now. My name is Nico Meyering. I chair the Philadelphia Mayor's Commission on People with Disabilities. But to be honest with you, I'm not here tonight because of a title. I'm here because of a machine. Every night of my life, I fall asleep attached to a ventilator, a BiPAP machine. I was born this way. My body, for all of its incalculable charms, forgets to breathe when I'm asleep. So a machine remembers for me. It is, and I mean this sincerely, one of the most important relationships in my life that does not involve another human being. So here's the thing about that machine. It works in my bedroom. It works in my home. Just 2 blocks off a bus line that I take every day and complain about every day. The fact that I get to sleep in my own bed, next to the woman that I love, breathing on my own terms, is not lucky. That's not charity. That is the law, right? And as you all know, today, this year, that law is under attack. So to recap for you in plain words, 27 years ago, in a decision called Olmstead, our Supreme Court said something almost radical in its decency and logic, that locking disabled people like you and me away from the world, in effect segregating us, isolating us, warehousing us, is plain and simple discrimination. Our place is in community, as independent as possible, whatever independence looks like for you and me. At the kitchen table, on the block in our neighborhood, in the mix somehow, which is weird for me to say as an introvert, but I love being in community. I love being out there with all of you. I hate, and it's not right, that we get stored somewhere out of sight until we become convenient, right? That decision is the whole reason a generation of us built lives instead of case files. So you can imagine how just last month, 4 days shy of Olmstead's anniversary, the Department of Justice issued that memo that said essentially, never mind, states don't actually have to serve disabled people in the community. And then after that, they went further, looking at their own longstanding guidance and stamping it with 2 of the coldest words in the English language: not enforceable. Not repealed, not debated, not argued in the open, in the light where the rest of us could see it, just like quietly declared optional. Disgusting, right? In a font nobody's supposed to read. Now, I promised Nada I'd bring a little bit of joy. So let me point out the part that would be funny if it weren't so dangerous. The guidance that the federal administration called not enforceable, well, the first Trump administration updated it in 2020. So they wrote it, they signed it, and now 6 years later, they're squinting at their own handwriting going, who is this? Never heard of them. It's, you know, folks, it's the legal equivalent of a referee reviewing the replay, pointing at the rule book, and then setting that rulebook on fire. In Formula One, right, or in any race car series, when it gets dangerous out there on the track, officials will throw a red flag and everybody slows down to keep people alive. What this DOJ just did is throw a red flag on 27 years of human progress and disability rights to try and convince us it's a safety measure. I should pause here and give a visual description of myself because this ties into what I'm speaking to you all about. I'm a blonde-haired man wearing spectacles and a headset, and my shirt says, "Rev up, vote, use your power." It's a shirt from Rev Up Philadelphia, a local voting rights organization. Reporting suggests that this memo that the Department of Justice just put out has a particular architect's fingerprints on it. The kind of person who looks at a disabled human being living a full life in their own neighborhood and sees a problem to be solved. I want us to be clear-eyed about that. You don't reach for the machinery of segregation by accident. The cruel thing is you have to really want it, right? So that phrase, the one Nayada gave us, "Crip Crow," when you say it, it lands in your chest because it is supposed to. Nayada Green and Disability Community for Democracy named this thing for exactly what it is. This new set of rules dressed up in legal language built to put a whole class of Americans back behind a wall. We already have a lot of words in this country for laws that segregate. People bled and fought to make those words shameful. And what this movement is saying with clarity, with grief, and with steel is that segregation does not get a fresh coat of paint just because that target changed. Now, that framing belongs to Nayada and to this community, and I repeat it with the full weight that it carries. Nothing about us without us. That's not a slogan or not just a saying that we hear time and again in the disability community. It's really the rules of the road. It means that the people who have to live inside these laws are the ones that get to name them. And to her credit, she names it. Here is what I need you to understand, especially if you're new to this fight, is that it is all one fight together. Well, the federal administration is deciding whether we get to live in our own homes. They're also coming for how we vote. They recently fired the leadership of the very agency that keeps voting machines accessible. And if you've been a poll worker last election or the last few elections, maybe you know what I'm talking about. They are gunning for the ballot marking devices that let a blind voter vote reliably, like the man who runs the Federal Access Board. 1 in 6 voters in this country is disabled. 1 in 6. And the plan, as best I can tell, is to make it just a little bit harder for every single one of us at the doctor, at the ballot box, even at the front door of our own lives. And the federal administration is hoping that if they do that, not all of us, but a few of us will give up and go home and be quiet. And folks, we can't let that happen. We can't let that happen for me, who is disabled. We can't let that happen for my friends and family, even my wife, who is chronically ill. The care that keeps my chronically ill friends and family going happens at home, because home is where we deserve to live, not merely exist. If you strip away the mandate that makes home-based care a right, and you haven't saved a single dollar, and you haven't saved a single soul, you've simply decided which families get to stay whole. And when you make those decisions, you make it clear what your values are, which means that this administration will make clear yet again how ableist they really are. So hear me on this. The attacks on democracy and the attacks on disability rights, those aren't two stories, right? I know that, you know that, and Naida knows that. They're the same story. They're the same fight. They're the same page in the same book, because a government that decides some people don't need to live in the community is the same government that decides some people don't need to be counted. It's the same skewed instinct, you know, they always were. Now, folks will say this is about money, right? That there's not enough money or time to introduce accessibility or accommodations. It never is, of course, but that's what they'll tell you. Call that bluff, because the numbers aren't even on their side. Keeping a disabled person locked in an institution costs more than supporting that same person at home or supporting them at the ballot box. Community care is cheaper. The right move is cheaper. Justice is cheaper. It's more humane. It's more efficient. Every serious study for 40 years, longer than I've been alive, has said so. So when someone chooses the option that is both more expensive and more cruel, right, that tells you it was never really about the budget or about efficiency. It's about who they think counts and who they think deserves personhood. It was about who they would simply rather not see. Here in Pennsylvania, some of you might know Willowbrook or other names of places that had been residential institutional facilities that have been closed in recent memory. We closed those places because society looked at what happens when you warehouse human beings and we're ashamed. So the memo on the table tonight is a permission slip to forget that shame. And we're here together today to say, we remember that shame. We remember being locked away, and we are not going back. But I didn't come here only to name darkness or just to commiserate with you. And Naida didn't build this movement to mourn. She built this movement to organize. Here is what the current occupant in the White House and his friends did not count on. They assumed, and still assume, that we're dealing with a community that would go quietly. Well, they picked the wrong community. They picked the community that invented the phrase, "nothing about us without us." They picked the same community that chained wheelchairs to buses in Colorado in the late 70s and early 80s. And they picked the community that crawled up the Capitol steps to make this country keep its promises. We are, right now, living through what Naida calls a disability renaissance. And you do not get to schedule a renaissance around the convenience of people trying to end it. So that's the work. It is specific and it fits in the palm of your hand. We are going to make Congress do the thing the court did 27 years ago, to put Olmstead further into law so that no memo, no administration, no cold, cruel, small footnote written by cold, cruel, small men can ever again make our freedom optional. If you want to help right now, call the Capitol switchboard at 202-224-3121. We all have at least one representative. We all have 2 senators. Tell them your name. Tell them you're watching. It takes 3 minutes, which is less time than it took to write a memo pretending we don't exist. Talk to me, talk to Naida, talk to this team about what comes next, because there's a lot of it, and bring someone new next time. Bring the person who thinks that none of this touches them, and remind them gently that it does. I keep coming back to the breathing machine that helps me live when I sleep. It only works because somebody decades ago decided that somebody like me belongs out here, in his own bed, in the city, in life. Someone I'll never meet built a law so I could build a marriage, a career, a tooth to nut argument about what public transit in Philly serves us best. So when the federal administration tries to take it back, let's answer them, not with despair, but with the loudest, most joyful, and most stubborn no this country has ever heard. Say no to Crip Crow. Not in our city, not in our name, and not in our country. Naida, thank you for the microphone, and thank you for the movement. Philly's with you, I'm with you, and nothing about us without us. Thanks.
Thank you, Nico. And I will definitely reach out. I am going to also send you the sign up link for our lobby day, because I think it's super important that we show up while they're home in district, to understand that we are not playing. And I'm going to say this in Ebonics or African American vernacular: closed mouths don't get fed. And they wrote a check that they did not think we would cash. And this is a Gen X thing, FAFO. They're messing around, and they're now gonna find out. And so they got the wrong ones, especially us younger Gen Xers like myself, who were like, we're not going back. Nope, no thank you. Nico, I'll see you soon. I'll reach out to you. And thank you so much for your hard work, locally and not statewide too.
Thank you so much. Bye, everyone. Bye, Naida.
Bye. So I'm gonna bring on, oh my God. Okay. I'm gonna cry, because I'm gonna try not to cry. So I'm going to bring on my friend, Victoria Kirby York. She is the director of the National Black Justice Collective, and they are our partners. I know Victoria is here in her personal capacity today, but we are also, they're also partnering with us, giving us guidance on the Say No to Crip Crow campaign. Victoria, you know how much I admire you, love you, feel like sometimes I could never live up to people's expectations, but I know you're gonna bring the heat to the people who are watching live, and I know we're gonna bring the heat to Capitol Hill when they get back in September, because we are not going back. I'm gonna turn off my camera, and the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Naita. And thank you, everyone, for joining us today. This is such an important conversation. I want to start out by saying, as shared, Victoria Kirby York. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Programs at the National Black Justice Collective. NBJC is the nation's oldest and longest serving civil rights organization dedicated to Black LGBTQ+ and same gender loving people, of whom a disproportionate amount live with disabilities. And so there's no way to do this work well without ensuring that we are wrapping around and including the experiences of our community members, myself included, who live with disabilities. To describe myself, I am about to be 40-year-old African-American woman, Black woman who also identifies as a non-binary femme. I wear locks currently. I have a scarf on, a blue scarf, and a black lapel jacket on. I was at a conference this week, and one of the icebreaker questions was, what would you tell your 12-year-old self? And everyone had these like really positive answers to the question. And I somehow ended up being the last person to speak. And you'll understand why I was nervous about that in a moment. But my answer was to tell my 12-year-old self that I'm not alone. And that was because for a lot longer than I'm proud of sharing, the fact that I lived with depression from a very young age was my like dark secret. And the reason it was my dark secret, not being queer, like once I realized I was gay, I was like, oh, lesbian, L-team all the way. That was never a challenge for me. But things around my health early on were. And a big factor for that that I realized in saying this out loud a couple days ago was my fear of the Baker Act. For folks who are from Florida, and I saw there's someone from Ocala on earlier, the Baker Act is the state law that allows people to be involuntarily put into mental health institutions. And I was even talking about it right now, right? And I'm fully in charge of my own agency. Scared the hell out of me, right? So I didn't want my parents to know. I didn't want my sister to know. I didn't want my loved ones to know. I prefer them to think I was in my room, sleep, or just like focused in on books because I was a big bookworm. But in reality, I was fighting, myself. And unfortunately, that trend of, as I gained other disabilities and chronic illnesses throughout my life, that sense of shame mixed with fear was something that I've had to continue to box myself out of, right? Especially as I realized, you're falling back into that, right? So whether it was discovering that I had narcolepsy or later fibromyalgia, dealing with long COVID, all these dysautonomia, all these different things that I have to balance. It's a part of who I am, right? Is something that for a while, I would say moved from being my secret to just being the thing that I felt I had to manage, right? And not celebrate. And so I was excited to be a part of this, especially because it was Disability Pride Month. And my remarks, while initially was set to focus heavily on statistics around the Black LGBTQ plus community and why it's important to our fight, and while that is still true, and I want you all to not forget that our community must be a part of all of these battles, because we're all a part of our the battles are interconnected, intertwined, and live within us, right? As a person who is Black, who is queer, who is a mother, who is disabled, all these things live simultaneously within me. But the message that I want to share, and the first speaker touched on this a little bit too, is that in championing and talking about disability pride, a connecting point to that's necessary for our advocacy and our organizing is to help people to get to a place of knowing that they are, and you are, I'm talking directly because I know there's someone on here who needs to hear this message, that you are worthy of the fight. At NBJC, we talk about owning your power, owning our power. It's a big part of the work that we do. And a part of owning our power is owning our narrative, owning our story, owning who we are, right? And there's so many people who have disabilities who don't identify as a part of the disability community. And if you have been waiting for that moment to be brought in and to be a part of this fight and be a part of this movement, this is your formal invitation. We need you in this fight and in this struggle. Because much like abortion rights, much like rights for the trans community, much like a whole host of these rights that we are fighting against this administration with, we have them today, and tomorrow we wake up, they're not there. So the future isn't when we need you to join us. The future is today, it's now. Whether you are a person who wears glasses, yep, you're disabled. The glasses may help you, it's a medical equipment that helps us to see, right? But yeah, join in the fight. You're a part of this, right? If you are living with HIV, yes, you are part of this fight. Join us, right? If you are someone who's been dealing with long COVID, yes, you are a part of this fight, right? We need you. If you are like me and you have loved ones who are also disabled, yes, you are a part of this fight. We need you, because as was shared, you never know when it is going to be you who needs the very same things that we're fighting for today. Don't wait till you're in dire straits to join this movement. We are, and you are worth it. The battle is ripe is ripe and ready for all of us, whether that's calling your member of Congress, as has been discussed, whether it's joining August recess activities while your members are back home in their districts, showing up at town halls, convenings that they're holding. Sometimes they'll have breakfast with your congressperson or teletown halls. We need to flood these spaces. And even if the topic at hand isn't about Crip Crow, isn't about disability justice, every space and opportunity you have to speak truth to power, we must take it. Ask the question, call the question, and then also bring those state lawmakers in it too. Because part of this Olmstead memo is saying, hey, you know, federal government, we're trying to say that you don't have to do a thing. Well, now is a great time for states to step up, to move up, to unite, and to say strongly, you know, as much as they can in all four formats possible, that there needs to be no memo. Because in the state that they govern over, those states are going to do right by our people and ensure that there is no forced institutionalization, and that states will continue to fund and support people being able to receive the care that we deserve at home or in community or other spaces that will better help us to be able to live our best lives. I see Naita has come up on the screen.
I came up on the screen because you just motivated me, and I just want to say something, because when, you know, as children, we probably watched Eyes on the Prize, and George Wallace would say, segregation now, segregation forever, segregation tomorrow, whatever the quote is. And we are saying never. We are never going to be segregated. So listen to Victoria. She is telling you, she's giving you the roadmap of what to do. Her organization is a partner of ours. We partnered with them on Equity Week. Can I tell them the quick story, what happened at Equity Week?
Yes,
before you close? So I came down and I had my rollator and Victoria wanted the, you know, typical Black woman. She wanted to troop it out. And I'm like, okay, I'm older than you. Like, I'm the same age as her uncle. And I'm like, we're going to share this rollator together. It was almost 100 degrees that day. And it was after Congresswoman Presley's press conference. Mm-hmm. And the reason why this is important is because, yes, I can open and talk about how awful, and I had remarks, talk about how disrespectful the current occupant and his co-conspirators were to issue this memo on June 18th, right before Juneteenth, given the history of protest psychosis towards Black men in this country and increasing diagnosis of schizophrenia. I can talk about dryptomania, and I can talk about all of that. Mm-hmm. But you know what we're going to talk about? We're going to talk about joy. We were able to talk about how important reparations are for Black people and how Black people with disabilities really need them. Yeah. Because we were disproportionately disabled due to slavery in this country. And those who chose the ancestry movement. So go ahead, Victoria.
Well, yes, and medical experimentation, right? Like sometimes people ask, well, how did you initially get involved in reparations work? And it really was through the medical side. Like part of my thought process when I came to NBJC around it was looking at the HIV reality, right? Like there were well over a decade, where our government just allowed queer people, same gender loving people, to just die in hospital, aisles, right? There was no plan. The government did not create a rapid response operation to figure out anything. And I believe deeply that folks who died and family, both chosen and biological, are still picking up the pieces from that. And those who survived that era deserve reparative justice. Because the government completely acted with willful neglect towards this population. But it's not just people who live with HIV, as you mentioned. There's so many other, both folks who are in the military, when we talk about the Tuskegee experiment, which comes up, frequently, but there's so many other instances where our government acted willfully. They understood and knew that, going back to the institutionalization, that there were Jim Crow sanatoriums that were not equipped to support Black people who were living with tuberculosis during the tuberculosis epidemic before there was a vaccine. They knew the facilities weren't providing what they needed for these people.
They didn't give a damn.
They didn't give a damn because they sequestered them, as you mentioned, to some other sites, right? With out of sight, out of mind. But that was somebody's mother, right? 2 of my aunts died in those sanatoriums because of tuberculosis. Their children still live today and didn't get to grow up with their loved ones because of poor treatment. So we know institutions are not the fix. Community is the fix, right? Figuring out ways, and it's cheaper.
Yeah, and I say
our budget hawks. I'm like, come on.
I say this as somebody who
conservatives should be with us.
I say this as somebody who is a conservative. I say this as somebody who is a conservative and who believes in a balanced budget amendment and all of that. I'm like, the math ain't math in here. You don't make any sense. And I'm going to close with this. Victoria, I love you so much, homie. You have no idea. I am so glad we met at State of People Power Tour.
Me too.
Victoria has become my ride and die in this work, and she has motivated me in so many ways. We've had so many private conversations that people don't even know about, and she was the one who was like, you got to do this. You're the one. I was waiting for the big work. She was like, you're the one to do this. You're the one to do this.
I believe this is the Esther generation. I'm a person of faith. No offense to anyone who is not, but think about it as mythology for those who don't believe in this way. But in the book of Esther, she's told, you have come into the kingdom for such a time as this. That if not for her placement in that moment, her entire people would have been slaughtered. But Queen Esther, leveraged her role as someone who was Jewish, but her husband didn't know it at the time, to be able to save her entire community. She used where she was positioned to do the work that needed to be done. And all of us need to take our role as a part of the Esther generation. And Naita, I'm so proud to know you, because that is what you have done. By creating this Substack, by creating this organization. And thank you for saving my life that day too, because I did need that Roleda support. And that's the other beautiful thing about community. We do this together. So if you're someone, you're like, I want to go, but I need support, there's somebody who's willing to come pick you up.
Well, Victoria, give your daughter a hug for me. I hope she's enjoying her books. And I will reach out soon with the sign-up link. And I'm gonna say goodbye. Enjoy your time. Enjoy the rest of the day. It's beautiful. And I'm gonna bring on Congresswoman Presley now. Congresswoman Presley is, I'm gonna just say this as a younger Gen Xer, Zennial, or whatever the term is. She is dope as hell. She speaks truth to power. I am super proud to be represented by her. I consider her a partner in this work. And I know if I would have met her at a different lifetime, she would have been somebody who I would have been friends with. But we are here. And so with that, I'm going to bring on Congresswoman Ayanna Presley. Hi, Ayanna. How are you?
Hi, Naita. How are you?
I'm okay. And I'm just going to say thank you for being here. I know time is short for you. And I want to say thank you for sponsoring the wheelchair bill. That was, I really appreciate that. I'm not a wheelchair user on a regular basis, but there are times where I do need to use a wheelchair, and I'm grateful that you sponsored that bill. And I'm grateful that you are accepting the saying no to Crip Crow. Yes to Democracy Award. This group is the first group to receive it. We're going to be doing this every year. Hopefully, I will see you soon in my official capacity as on the Cambridge Disability Board at some point. But thank you so much, Congresswoman Presley. The floor is now yours.
Well, thank you, Naita. I don't know how to be anybody else but myself. So I just want to before I describe myself and get into some very brief remarks. Well, actually, I'll start there. So I'm a Black woman who lives with the autoimmune disease alopecia totalis. And I'm wearing a black blazer and a brown tank top. And what is notable is that for me, I am accepting this recognition and being in community with you today with not a stitch of makeup on. Now, in full transparency, some of that has to do with I'm very behind in my day, but I also today is one of those days where I just Naita and I know my disabled siblings can understand. I just am exhausted from the armor and the work that it takes for me to be palatable and digestible to others. And even when doing that, still very much in a defensive crouch of bullying and harassment for how I choose to show up every single day. And so I thought, if there was any place that I could show up without adornment, that this was the place. So this is the very first time that I have joined in virtual community, in this way, because I think there was a time when I thought I could inoculate myself from the attacks, from the weaponization of my disability by being more visually palatable. And today I'm just exhausted from doing it. And so I just want to thank you for creating the safe space for me to do that. And I just want to thank you all for your advocacy. Thank you for being my teachers. Thank you for all the ways in which you show up fully, authentically, and unapologetically in your various identities, because that's the whole point of disability justice, is to recognize the intersectionality of our identities, how we live our lives, and also the work of ableism, the work of racism, the work of sexism, of homophobia, of anti-Semitism, of Islamophobia, of anti-Blackness. The fact of the matter is that all the people who mean us harm are working together. And that is why all of us who are being harmed must work together. And I've always sought to advance solutions and policies that are intersectional, because that's actually how we live our lives. And so it's always troubled me when people have sought to put any constituency in a single issue box. Because again, we lead intersectional lives. So I just want to thank you all for being my siblings. Thank you for being my teachers. Thank you for being my refuge in the midnight hour. Thank you for embracing me in the immediate hours after I went public with my own disability. Thank you for being my thought partners in the drafting of legislation, like the Fast Repairs for Wheelchairs Act. Thank you for challenging me. Thank you for holding me accountable. Thank you for recognizing and honoring me, because I accept that for the work that has been done, but it also restores and renews me in my fight for the work ahead, particularly in this moment of rampant of ableism and anti-Blackness and fascism. I mean, we know the fascism play has a very specific blueprint that we see being practiced in this moment, where the disabled community were amongst the first targeted. And so in many ways, the blueprint for our survival has already been written. These are unprecedented times, but really only in our lifetime. We have been here as a nation before. And that's why it's so important that we do continue to agitate, to organize, to mobilize, to truth tell, to bear witness, to do all of those things, because history has shown us time and again that the only way to beat a dictator is with defiance. So I thank you again for being my teachers. I thank you for being defiant. And I thank you for your embrace when I have been in need of safe space to bring all of my identities to the table. And I think that's it. So just know that you can count on my continued solidarity.
Thank you, Congresswoman Presley. I want to just say this. This is a personal thing that I'm going to say to you. I'm saying this as a human being, not as your constituent, not as somebody who serves in a public capacity or runs an organization. You deserve to be yourself. You deserve not to have to wear makeup. You never, if you ever do anything with us, you never have to wear makeup. You can be yourself. If you need to wear,
oh, sis, you getting all of it. This is full alopecia, okay? I don't have any eyebrows, lashes.
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just I'm putting it out there. You can just, if you uncomfortable and you need to wear a t-shirt, be yourself. I am always my awkward self, as you know. I am always my awkward self. That's part of my disability, and I wear it proudly. And I am proud to be represented by you in the House of Representatives. I am proud that you checked that racist Republican who was interrupting you. He made me sick.
Oh my goodness
gracious! You like arguing with you.
So smug.
Arguing with you.
You know he was seething because I said, "Why are you even speaking to me when I did not yield to you? I did not even give you permission to speak."
That part.
But honestly, sis, you embolden me, you know, because you are so unapologetic. You never shrink. You take up all the space, and I think, you know, that is the point. I mean, how can you have Disability Pride Month without people who support you in standing up in every kind of way and being proud? You know, you make it easier for me to be proud, to not shrink. And I do think each of us is here not just to occupy space, but to create it. And you certainly do that. So I just want to commend you. You know, people are working actively to erase our history. And I do believe that is because it's actionable. It is instructive. And so I just thank you for honoring that longstanding tradition as a Black woman, you know, of truth telling, of movement building, of the resistance. You honor that so beautifully. And you embolden all of us to be that much more firm in our resolve. And that's exactly why I did feel I could come to this virtual table today and do something I've never done before, though it is completely freaking me out to see my image reflected back, because this is something typically only my husband and my daughter would see me. And so I just love you so much, more than you even know, and that words could adequately convey. You've done a very, very big thing for me in this moment, and so many before. Thank you.
Thank you. And enjoy the rest of your day. You will be hearing from me about codification of Olmstead and updating the ADA. I know you have all the materials. I know your colleagues on the Democratic side are fighting to try to get information. We cannot wait. We waited with Roe and we saw what happened. The right to privacy was taken away by this Supreme Court. We cannot wait. Public pressure, and you were part of this with the Epstein files. You don't get enough credit for that. It was you talking about your own experience with the Epstein files. You need to keep talking about your own experience with disability. And I am always here. And we have some of the same friends in common in the district. If you need to talk to me, I'm here. You have my number. Your staff has my number.
And I would say you're exactly right, because the legislation that we have on the federal level, because I co-chair the Reproductive Freedom Caucus, the legislation that we have since 2013, Congresswoman Judy Chu had been reintroducing this bill to codify Roe at the federal level. You know, women were always the canaries in the coal mine because we knew a day like that would come. And so what you're saying is so smart. I do believe we're going to do the work and have a Democratic majority. When you have the power, you have to use it. And, you know, and so thank you for that.
Thank you. And you will be hearing from me soon. I know your staff probably is like, Naita again. I love your staff. And hopefully I get to see you when you're back, I know you're back home now, but
Well, you call them enough so that nobody mispronounces your name anymore. So
they all say it right now.
say my name, say my name. Yeah, we got it, sis.
Yes. And you know what? I will tell you this. Don't be hard on yourself. I had to rest yesterday. I was talking to one of your staff and I was like in bed resting because I had a live stream last night for our media side that I do. I have to. And so do you. We rest. Rest is resistance. I know people say that, but rest is not just resistance. It's actually necessary. Can we just get back to rest is necessary? And you deserve to rest. So enjoy the rest of your day. I know your staff is probably saying, Naita, please be quiet. In their head, they would never say it to me.
No, they just know I could just do this with you all day. So they're like, okay, now is she doing this no makeup thing for the whole day? Because if she needs time to get ready before we pick her up, she gonna have to go. So I know what's going on their end. So I will have to transition because I have some events in community and but you are exactly right. Rest is essential, and we should not be apologist about that. And so, and just again, thank you for all the ways in which you show up for us. You wear so many professional hats, but there's so many ways that you show up just as someone who gives a damn about other human beings. And for that, we thank you. So congratulations to everyone being recognized here today. I'm in incredible company. And thank you again to my community, which I'm so proud to be a part of.
I really appreciate it. Have a good day and stay safe. All right.
All right. Take care.
Bye. So with that, I just want to announce that Congresswoman Lateefah Simon could not be here today. She is our second honoree. And I just want to say this about Congresswoman Simon. Her staff called me. It's ultimately apologetic that she couldn't be here. And she's doing the damn thing herself. She signed a letter to demand that the DOJ do their job with other 99 members of Congress. And I have reached out to her office, setting up an appointment to talk to them about codification of Olmstead, because it is important that we build relationships with both sides of the aisle. We cannot just build relationships with Democrats. Disability is a nonpartisan issue. It's a nonpartisan issue. And so I am going to play this short video that she sent. It's a really short video, but I'm going to play it anyway. Let me see. And then share system radio. This is the video for Congresswoman Simon.
This is Congresswoman Lateefah Simon, representing California's 12th District. I'm so sorry that I cannot be with you all tonight, but I gotta tell you how excited I am that the disability community is coming together really like never before in a time where the administration is trying to bend over backwards to take over really the conversation and to push back on the rights that we have won over the past few decades. Well, we know we're not going back. And I'm so honored to accept this award tonight as part of the disability justice community, knowing that each and every one of us has a critical role to play. We will get there. Justice is ours.
And I'm glad that she kept that video short. I don't know what's happening. Because I like what she said at the end, justice is ours. Justice is ours. We are on the right side of history. We are not on the wrong side. We are on the right side of history. And we need to keep standing up for ourselves and for our fellow human beings. Like Congresswoman Presley said, they're coming for all of us, regardless if you are part of this community or not. And we got to stand together, stand 10 toes down. And as my mother would say, you choose the action, you choose the consequence. So if you choose to stay quiet and they take you away, you can't blame the government because you didn't participate, right? You didn't participate. You have to participate in the process. They are not going to care about how many spoons you have, how much money you have, what you don't have. They got to see you. They got to see you. Your members of Congress, which is your House member and your senators, they need to see you. They need to see you. They need to know that this is not what you want. They need to know that we're segregation now, segregation forever, segregation tomorrow is a never proposition. It is a never proposition for our community. It's a never proposition for LGBTQ folks. It's a never proposition for Black people and brown people. It's a never proposition for every single community that exists in this country that is not white and male, presents as heterosexual and non-disabled. It's a no. It's a no-go. Whatever term you want to use. These people are so incompetent right now that it doesn't even make any sense how people can't, and I don't mean literally see, I mean people won't, because not everybody can see, but I mean, what I mean is how they can't feel what they're doing is wrong, morally and ethically and legally. And so I want to talk about a couple things while I have you, while we're waiting for the next person to come on. So I want to talk about the Say No to Crip Crow campaign, which we've touched on several times today. Is we're asking people to call their members of Congress every single day. If you have not already, scan the QR code and bookmark this website on your phone. It's so you have on your phone or on your web browser. I'm also putting the link in the chat. You need to call every single day. We cannot be silent. They need to hear from us. We are calling for codification of Olmstead. And I'm going to say this, when you call your members of Congress, it doesn't matter if they're Democrat or Republican either, because we're going to hear, oh, they're Republican, they're an asshat, they don't care. They work for you. They work for you. They work for you. You leave your messages on weekend hours. Call both. I'm going to say this right now. Call both your district office and the office in DC, because there's a lapse. The Senate's still in session according to the calendar, but the House isn't. So I do want to say that. But they will all be back in district in August, and once we know the official date, when the Senate goes on recess, we will be doing a pressure campaign to call their district offices, email, and directly, and facts, if they take faxes every day, they need to understand that that you're not playing around anymore. That you want this codified. It is very, very hard to think that I am going to have to do the same things that my grandparents did when they were close to my age in the 1960s, fighting for civil rights. This isn't brand new. Congresswoman Presley's right. This isn't brand new. We had ugly laws before the Nazis did. They learned from us. They learned from us. And I think people forget that. They learned from us. We're not doing T4. Yeah, we're not doing T4 eugenics activities in this country ever again, because we have already done that. We have already done that. We have already done that. We have done that. I'm going to say this. Willowbrook, they did experimentation on disabled children around tuberculosis. They wouldn't let parents check their children into Willowbrook unless they were going onto that unit. They lied. These people were horrible. And when parents found out, they sued. This is New York State, where I'm from, Staten Island. I grew up just in the northern suburbs in Westchester County, and I was a kid when Willowbrook closed. So this Willowbrook closing was in my lifetime. It was in my lifetime. So I just want to say that I am really, really saying that if you can, please scan this QR code. I am going to put it in the chat again, the link to with the scripts. And at the bottom, beneath the scripts, if you want to stay up to date on the campaign and what we're doing, please sign up. We are not using this list to sell anything. We're using this list to just organize, so we know who's going to be with us when we go visit our members of Congress, so we are all on the same page. And I'm going to switch to the sign up link for the lobby day itself. If you want to sign up now, the lobby day is going to take place in District Lobby Day. It's going to take place on August 25th. And if you are interested in wanting to do more and you're able to get involved in person, because not everybody can leave the house, if you're able to get involved in person, please sign up. We really need bodies. The goal is to have 5,350 people going in and out of district offices throughout the day, depending on obviously what time zone you're in. As a group, a small group's no larger than 10. That's 10 is the cap. That's where we're getting the 5,350, because there's 535 voting members of Congress. That does not include our delegates, our non-voting delegates in the House of Representatives, and there are 6 of those. You can talk to them, but they cannot vote on bills on the floor, but they can vote on stuff outside of the committee. And I do think it's important for people to do that. And I'm gonna say this, I understand there might be some people who are freaked out. Hey, I don't want to put my name on it. It's only gonna stay with us. And once it's done, we're not going to keep it. We're going to delete all information. We're not keeping it. We're just using it for this campaign. I know other people have had the experience of, oh, they signed up for this and and then their information was given to this campaigner. No, we don't do that. One is, I don't like it. I think it's illegal. I feel like that should be against the law anyway. But two, I just think it's morally wrong. You just need to use it for what people are signing up for. So if you can, please scan the QR code. I'm going to put this in the chat one more time. The sign up link. Everyone's going to get this video afterwards as well. So the sign up link will be included in the Say No to Crip Crow in District Lobby Day. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to take this QR code down for a second. And we have 2 shirts for sale. They're 20% off for Disability Pride Month. I am actually wearing this shirt. It says Say No to Crip Crow, unisex, oversized, boxy tee. If you're interested in, supporting our campaign financially, you can purchase a shirt. I'm going to stand up so you can see the shirt. What I'm wearing. This is a shirt. And standing without my cane is not the best idea. And I'm also going to put the link to the store in the chat if I can find it. And so that is the Say No to Crip Crow shirt. We also have another shirt, and I'm going to just give it a couple more seconds for people to scan a QR code, and then I'm going to move on to the next shirt. Like this. And then we have another shirt. Humanity is not for debate. I know Kimmy has purchased some of the merch. She's wearing her No Autism Registry shirt right now. I know she's purchased a lot of the merch, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, Kimmy, for wearing your No Autism Registry shirt. I actually thought about wearing it today, believe it or not, because I love that shirt. And I updated it this year for 2 other colors as well. And so I wanted to wear it today, but since the theme is Say No to Crip Crow, I decided to wear the Crip Crow shirt. And this is the darker color version of the Humanity is not for debate shirt. Because I'm tired of debating our humanity as a person with a disability. I've had to debate it with people who are part of marginalized groups. I'm sick of it. We deserve to be in community like everyone else. And everybody deserves safety regardless of how you are marginalized in this country. I'm gonna hide this. And then this is the same shirt, but in the lighter colors. And I did that so I could easily track which shirts are better, which shirts people are buying. And so I just want to say that. I do have, and I'm waiting for our next award winner to come on. I am gonna bring on our legal and policy. She's not here. She stepped away for a second. But I was gonna bring her on if she was available. I also, our Northeast coordinator is also here too. If you can hit those hearts and press and share the link if you can. Again, if we're not gonna ask people to do things if they're not able to. I just want people to know that this is really important things happening here. Also, and I'm a little tired, because I'm not used to sitting up back to back this long. Because I did a live stream last night, so my back's starting to tense up. We have open positions with Disability Community for Democracy. Disability Community for Democracy is completely run by volunteers. I don't get paid to do this. I do this because I want to have freedom, right? Like everybody else. And so if you are not a paid subscriber to Nothing About Us Without Us, we are doing a sale, 30% off for annual subscribers. We're also looking for some people who want to be contributors to Nothing About Us Without Us. For the rest of the year, we have some open slots where people can tell their own stories if they want. You can DM me directly on Substack if you want more information about that. We are also, if you live in the South and you have an interest in legal and policy at the state, county, and local level and are willing to recruit volunteers to help you so we can know what's going on in that region of the country, we have regional coordinators for the Northeast, the Midwest, and the Western United States. We do not have one for the South. If you're interested in doing that, you just need to be a person with a disability. You do not, and I'm going to just make this very clear, you do not have to be a lawyer or have a master's in public administration or anything like that. You just have to have an interest in legal and policy for people with disabilities and a member of the community yourself. So I just want to say that. Another position, we have two committees that don't have any, that need leadership. So our campaigns bucket, which we work with political campaigns, that's our goal, to make sure that our issues are represented no matter who's running for office. And we want to train disabled people to run for office. That is our goal. However, we need people who are interested in doing that and serving and who have a little bit of experience volunteering for campaigns or running for political office or serving in a public capacity, either appointed or elected, and you have a disability, or I know I'm saying this again and again and again. We have our campaigns lead, and we also have our campaigns co-lead. Our legal and policy lead is serving as temporarily as our campaigns co-lead, and we want people, they only have one position. So if you're interested in that and learning more what that's about, you can also DM me on Substack about that. Then we also have our grassroots campaign and our grassroots, lead and co-lead positions. Those are also open. Those are grassroots bucket with we build relationships with other orgs, and we need help with that. So if you are a person with disability and you're interested in building relationships to do that, that is great. That is great. Jennifer, I'm going to bring you on to talk about the Southern coordinator position while we're waiting for Jasmine to come. You want to talk about it since you're here?
Hello, everyone. I'm Jennifer Burst, Legal and Policy Co-Lead for Disability Community for Democracy. I oversee all of our regional legal and policy subcommittees, and we are seeking a Southern Regional Legal and Policy Coordinator. This individual has to, number one, have a disability, and number two, live or have lived in the South, preferably presently live in the South. And they also have to have an interest and passion for research. They don't necessarily need to be someone with a legal degree of kind. You have to have a passion for research and you have to be ready to lead. If you are interested in this position and fill any of these requirements, please feel free to email me at jennifer@disabilitycommunityfordemocracy.org. That's JENNIFER at disabilitycommunityfordemocracy.org. Thanks very much.
Thanks. I'm running your email at the bottom. Jennifer's going to speak later, so Jennifer, you can turn off your camera. I don't know
Okay, thanks.
where I don't know where Jasmine Thomas is. I'm just waiting for her to come on. Hold on, hit mute. We're just gonna give it a couple more minutes. Give it a couple more minutes. I don't know where she is. I know she received the information because I did talk to her staff. She must be at a place where she can't get on, or she's having some technical issues. How is everyone doing so far today? How's everyone doing? I'm just going to put the question in the chat just in case somebody. You're loving it? Okay. I see that. How about it's very motivating. Any of our other people who are paid subscribers want to chat and say how they're feeling? We needed this rally. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. We really did need this rally today. For sure. I'm feeling more motivated now. Feeling more motivated now to like actually do some work. I'm gonna hide Jennifer's email. In the meantime, I am going to actually just trying to find out what's happening here. So I'm actually going to talk about something I've been thinking about a lot of lately. Because as much as we need to codify Olmstead, codification of Olmstead is just the first step. We have a big problem with our states, 48 states in Washington, D.C. People who have a psychiatric diagnosis could be involuntarily committed to outpatient programs against their will by a court order. And they're trying to do the same thing in Massachusetts. Currently, the House bill is dead, but that's another fight that we need to reverse this. People should not be forced to get treatment unless they are a danger to themselves and others. And the problem is that sometimes that's subjective, not only based on race, but based on class, because being awkward if you're middle class or wealthy, and even if you are a person of color, versus being awkward and like what people would deem dangerous. Also, money plays a role in that, and it's not just class. And so it is very very disheartening that this is another fight we're going to have. Jasmine Thomas is here, so I'm going to do a quick intro for her, and then we're going to go. Jasmine, if you want to put in the chat when you're ready. Seems like you're driving or something, just let me know before I introduce you. So I'm going to do an intro. I met Jasmine Thomas actually in April. She spoke at our Autism Awareness Month event, which was our extended 2-hour episode of Tell You No Lie. Jasmine is awesome. She's I'm using Gen X terms. She's dope. She love her. And she's, as we say in Massachusetts, and I am a transplant, so I'm not going to say it with a Boston accent. She is wicked smart, and we need people like her in Congress. Unfortunately, she has to run in a runoff because her state's racist and requires people to get 50% of the vote in the primary. But I know she's going to kick that person's butt because she's getting so many endorsements. It isn't even funny because she's real and she's ride and die for our community. With that, I love Jasmine. I cannot wait to see her in the Senate. We need more people who have lived real lives like Jasmine. So Jasmine, congratulations to being awarded Saying No to Crip Crow, Yes to Democracy Award. This is our first annual award ceremony. We are going to do this every single year, and I am going to bring you on right now.
Thank you. Can you see me?
I can see you now.
Yay. Hi, everyone. Sorry. Thank you, Naida, for allowing me to come back. This is something that I am super.
Jasmine, you're breaking up. We could barely hear you. You're going to have to pull over or something.
Sorry that I'm just a few minutes late. We are actually.
Okay. Jasmine, I don't know if you can hear me, but we can't hear you. You're frozen. And Jasmine's literally on her way campaigning for her runoff. All right, I'm going to turn off her camera, figure out what's happening here, because Jasmine, we can't hear you. Can you type when you are able to be heard? Because she dropped off. Hopefully she'll come back on. And I hate when that happens. Technology is not our friend sometimes. But she'll be back. I know she'll be back. Because that is real. That is real. So we're just gonna give it a minute, and hopefully, okay, I'm gonna add her to the stream, and I'm gonna unmute her. Jasmine, can you hear me? We can't see you. Can you hear me? Jasmine, we can't see you or hear you. All right. We are going to figure out what, yeah, she keeps dropping off. So hopefully I'm going to hide, see when she's going to come back on. Hopefully she'll be able to get back on or not. I don't know what's happening with her connection. And it's fine. I mean, this is live. This happens. If this was live television, you would be like, well, we're going to go to commercial. But since this is not TV, we can't go to commercial. Try to figure this out. So I gotta have some disability joy. Have a sense of humor around this, or else I would like get upset and start to freak out. So I will say that. I'm super excited. My other friend, he's gonna be coming on soon. Oh, Victoria's back. Victoria, you're back?
Well, I just figured, I've been watching. And if,
you want to come back on, turn on your camera and have a conversation with me so I don't have to talk to myself.
Yes, I got you.
I was about ready to text you and say, okay, if you have a few minutes, come back on. How are you doing? Like, how is this? I wanted to ask you this, and I know because I kind of rushed you because Congresswoman Presley was like really short on time. So
for the record, anytime Congresswoman Presley is around and needs me to shut the fuck up, I'm always down. I love her. She's amazing. She's one of my favorite.
Oh my God, yeah. I cannot believe how much she respects me. Like, I'm so shocked. Like me, little old me. That's how I feel sometimes.
Of course,
that's how I feel sometimes. This is not me doing deprecative humor. I mean, when you have a disability and you were told by some of your teachers, some of your family members, society, even partners, saying that you don't deserve or there's something wrong with you your whole life, and having your disability weaponized in domestic violence and intimate partner violence, even though I know none of that's true, it still affects me. Right? Yeah. Ableism still affects how I view the world and how I don't trust people. So I want to say that I know hopefully Jasmine has gotten her, she's back on, but I wanted to ask you before you leave, because I think this is important. You didn't get a chance to talk about how Olmsted's going to affect people like your daughter who were like me growing up, who needed accessible education. So, how are you feeling about Olmsted for your daughter?
Yeah. Well, as a parent, I've been navigating the 504 IEP special education world, I guess now for a little over a year and a half. And that process on its own is not the most user-friendly, right? And so adding in any other contradictory guidance like what Department of Justice did just makes schools feel like they have an easy out, even in a state like Maryland, where we have leadership who say that they're going to do whatever they can to maintain the support for our kids. It is a fear for many parents that as we're navigating what our kids deserve to be able to have access to an equal and equitable education, that the floor will be pulled from under our kids, right? And so, whether it's the memo or whether it's the lawsuit that several conservative states have push through. You know, this as I call it, the anti-trans to anti-Black policy pipeline is strong, but the anti-trans to anti-disability pipeline is also fueling that particular battle, right? They initially said, well, it's about gender dysphoria.
Yeah, right. I have two bridges between Cambridge and Boston to sell you. Yeah, they can kiss my Black Puerto Rican behind on that.
Yeah. Well, this is how it starts, right? So, you know, they attack our trans siblings and are on its face try to say, well, we're attacking this group. No, they're attacking all kids. They are trying to attack all, especially kids who live with disabilities. And so, you know, while we're tracking what's happening with Olmstead, we're also tracking what's happening as some of these states are continuing to not want to do what they need to do to ensure equitable and equal access to education for all kids. And so as a parent, it's an important issue to me. And as a directly impacted person, it's important.
What does David is Victoria's Boston friend, what does he say? Teach the babies?
Teach the babies. We have to teach all the babies.
Not just some.
Yes. Not just some. He has a Substack as well. Feel free to check him out. Dr. David Johns. Teach the babies.
And so I will be, you know, Victoria, when you're like not super swamped, and I know you're coming on Monday afterwards, we definitely need to like ask David to do some writing on this, because he could make it plain in ways, you know, we are directly affected by this. So this is really like personal to us, but we need some people who are not affected in the same way, who just love children, because they don't want the parents to keep their children at home. That's what this is also about. If their parents have learning disabilities or mental disabilities, which includes autism and ADHD as well, we're going to restrict your kids in the most restrictive environment possible if you do not institutionalize them. So with that, I'm going to let you go because Jasmine is here, and I'm going to say peace, and they'll see you soon. Thanks for popping on, my friend.
You're welcome.
Oops. Jasmine, can you hear me now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I see you with your team. Congratulations to this award. I'm so proud of you.
This one right here, this is Rhonda Eastman, and she is actually running for Corporation Commissioner right here in Oklahoma. And I'm not here, you know, of course, I'm here to accept the award and, you know, just be so grateful. But I just wanted to say that she's also, you know, helping with the autism community to help with the AI and the infrastructure, because we don't have enough regulation around it. So we don't know what is and what kind of delays are within that whole system and streamlining it. So she's been a huge advocate. She's been helping out with that sector as well. And so I just wanted to kind of highlight that, because there's so much work being done right now with all candidates. But really, I formed an alliance because she was so, you know, she's so for the regulation, but also of the corporations, but also making sure that children aren't having to, you know, become water or contaminated air, because we know that pollutants also causes, you know, it causes deformities and disabilities, XYZ. So I really appreciated her for joining this fight for the disability community as well.
Well, I want to thank you for your hard work. I know you are on the road trying, you know, Jasmine is totally grassroots. She is not taking any corporate money, and she's got to face off against an establishment person who does not give a damn about people with disabilities. Hasn't even mentioned once people with disabilities. I did check out your competitor website to see if he would be somebody to bring on. He has nothing. Nothing. Jasmine at all, other than he's run before. And we need people. It's not about if you are in office currently or you've run before and you have all of this money. We need people who care about humans. Jasmine, as you know, as I know some people don't like the term autism mom, but she is an autism mom, but she is not the autism mom that you think, oh, you know, she's the true autism mom who was down like, no, my kid is going to succeed and be about that life. And they were going to have to basically take my son, and these are your words, out of my cold dead hands.
Mhm.
And that's
Yeah.
why she decided to run for Senate. And this is why she's getting this award, because she didn't have to. She didn't have to. This is a hardship for her, and economically, emotionally, on her family. But she's decided to stand up for democracy. And
Yes.
you are, as Black folks say, you are a real one. So I'm glad that
Thank
you
you.
put it.
And it's no problem, honestly. And I also want to make it inherently clear is that I don't mind being called an autism mom. That's why I call myself that, because I think that when you set that tone and you set that record of who you are, because autism is a spectrum. And you know, you get your level 1, your level 2, and your level 3, which would be your most severe, versus your level 1 that's more more moderate, or I wouldn't say moderate, but like less severe. And us moms who have children and have to, face the music of the autism spectrum, I really think that they're resilient. They have so much, they're strong. They have so much dedication, and I think that that's where I kind of put autism on the radar. Is that if you tell me that you're an autism mom, I know that you have grit. I know that you have so much stamina, even if you don't feel like it. So this was not a problem to me. Doing this for the community and also doing this for everyone else. I always tell people that when one of us is elevated, everyone wins. And we have to always, and I mean always, keep that in mind, that people with disabilities are not stupid. They're not undereducated. They're not fully underperformed. But when people start boxing them into these areas, and it starts making them feel like they don't have the ability, that they are disabled. It's not a disability. It is an ability, because everyone has a different, they have a different, I don't want to say fixation. I do that because I say fixation when I'm super focused on something, but they have a different and special interest, you know, and they have a capability that is maybe different than what I would have. And we have to embrace those things. That's why we have IDEA. That's why we have 504 plans. That's why we have IEPs. And so we can target, and I mean this wholeheartedly, we can target their strengths and not just elevate their weaknesses. Because when you get those strengths, then you find out how we can enhance those weaknesses that they may have. So I believe in making sure that the Department of Education is fully funded. I believe that making sure that our disability community actually gets the resources that they need, because this is not, the disability community is a spectrum just like autism is. But I'm super proud to be called an autism mom. If anyone doesn't like labels, it's me. And Naida, this is no shade or anything. I promise I'm not trying to like fuss or anything, but I know what you're talking about when people will be like, I don't understand why someone wants to be called an autism mom when our kids are not their diagnosis. But the thing is, that makes me look at you differently. It does. When you tell me that you have a child with autism, that lets me know everything that I need to know about you. It lets me know that you were a chosen one. Because not everyone gets the life of being a parent of a child with autism. Not everyone has to live through the occasional differences that parents have to live through. And I think that we need more resiliency, dedication. We need more respect, and we also just need more autism moms in the Senate, the House of Representatives, local office, or even our city council, school boards. So
And
yes, I want to be called an autism mom.
And we also need people who are neurodivergent in office.
Yes.
And I will say this: you are a real one. And I will say this: I don't know if you saw Congresswoman Presley's remarks, but the fact is that you are always real. I will say this: Disability Community for Democracy, as you know, endorsed you. We are pulling for you to win your second
Your
term.
runoff. Yeah. And you were right. Everyone in the car started laughing when you said that it was racist, because it's true. We all think that. Because the thing is that if this was another man, another white heterosexual man, then they would have he would have conceded. He would have been like, you know what, this is what this is. But the thing is that they don't do that for women, because they don't think that we have the capability to be able to draw legislation or enact legislation, and that's got to stop. That's why I'm breaking ceilings. My ceilings and their ceilings are not the same. Our ceilings are not the same. Our ceilings are not as high as is not as high as theirs. They don't have to reach. Well, ours is high. They don't have to reach very high to reach their ceiling. But we go all the way. And you know what we're not going to do? We're not going to keep counting women out. We're not going to keep counting people that are or the disability community. We are stepping up, and we're saying that everyone needs a fair share and a piece of that pie.
And a piece of that pie. The last thing I'm going to say is, I know you support codification of Olmstead into federal law by updating the ADA. I know you said that before. The thing I am going to say to you is, when you are talking to people, I know you're going to be out there today. Please talk to your active duty friends and vets about this, because people are completely freaked out in the veterans community about Olmstead in this memo. Let them know that you're going to stand, that you're fighting for their rights, because they are going to think nobody cares, and they need to know that you do. So I know you do. I know you've done it. But, right now, Disability Pride Month is the best time to say, disabled vets and our civilian disabled people, we need to come together and push back against Olmstead. And you know the drill. We got to keep calling them every day, and we got to be in their faces and not get off their neck. So do you have anything else you will need to say before you need to go? Jasmine? Is there anything else you need to say? Okay. So I lost Jasmine. And so I'm going to bring on Keith. Keith, when you're able to come on, please come on. He has his camera off. And so we've had some technical difficulties today and stuff. And so we're going to move on to bringing on Keith. I did add him. What's going on? Keith, you got to turn on your camera. Your camera's off. And you're muted. You muted yourself. I love technology. Sometimes. Keith, can you hear me? Because I can't see you. Your camera's off and you're muted. I am really trying not to show my frustration, but I don't understand technology. Why is it doing this to us? Why? Okay, Keith is gonna try again. So in the meantime, while we're waiting, we're going to just, be patient. Okay, I'm going to add him to the stream.
Okay, there you go. Can you see me? Why is it?
I
Anyway.
could actually see your background, but I can't see you exactly yet.
Okay, because this thing is making me crazy. It's having me, but I'm here. Hopefully.
Well, we can hear you.
Okay, but I'm here. I'm here. I don't know why it wouldn't let me do anything. It's still not letting me do anything. But I'm
Do,
here.
do you
Oh,
I'm
no, I got it.
wondering if it would be,
Can you see me now?
I can see your torso, not your beautiful face though.
Oh, 1 second. I can fix that. Hopefully. Technology is wonderful, isn't it? This is why we do what we do. 1 second.
This is you know how I roll with Disability Community for Democracy.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep disability real, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yes. Right. Okay. Can you see me now?
Yes, I can, my friend. So Keith has been on with me before. Keith, I want to just say thank you so much for accepting this award. Thank you so much for being my friend and mentor in this fight.
Thank you.
And so Keith, I'm gonna let you give your remarks and take it away.
Okay. Well, my apologies for everybody looking. I thought the technology was going to love a brother, but it didn't. Leanna, thank you for the recognition. Thank you for doing all you do because, again, we are living in a very interesting time. My apologies for the technical glitches, but such is life. So I wanted to first thank you all for taking the time to join the rally. But more importantly, as you've heard reflections, you just saw a great candidate coming out of Oklahoma. You've heard from representatives, you've seen this, you've heard about the issues, and you are understanding what the Olmstead Act is. So I just wanted to lay a little bit of foundation. I had a meeting about 4 days ago, and we were talking about how to get communities engaged. And we were talking about the group that we were working with. And the group that we were working with were people that had been working together. And the realization had hit me that in the course of that meeting, that we had been working on Olmstead independence plus real choice legislation and community engagement and inclusion and codification for 25 years. Since 2001, with the Real Choice Independence Plus grants granted by CMS 2001, 2003. Why does that matter? Because when you talk about people today, you just heard about an autism mom, you're hearing about chronic illness, you're hearing about neurodivergency, you're hearing about disability, you're hearing about all of these things. The one thing you're not hearing is the why we are having to have these discussions. The one thing you're not hearing is the who is forcing these discussions. In a political environment, your candidates and your representatives are not rock stars. They are public servants who are running for political office in order to be in a position to make meaningful and substantial decisions that impact your life at the most micro level. And so when you talk about why is it important to go to Congress and to have discussions with Congress people about doing good legislation, must remember 435 seats are up for re-election in the House of Representatives. You have half of the Senate up for re-election. Here is a little bit of history. In the course of the United States, there has been 15 different iterations of major political parties. circa 1869 was the de facto codification of what we call the duopoly or the two-party system. It was only until 1964 that Black America in totality could participate in the electoral process. That inclusion of Black America came with Black America saying everybody should be included in the process to vote. What also happened in the succeeding 62 years, as we are now in 2026, is that that duopoly that has lasted since 1869 and in various forms and iterations, people will use political terminology to talk about, well, this party did this and they were more for less oppression for your group, and this party is this, and they kind of did less oppression for your group. You are in the United States of America. Its core foundings, its core underpinnings is a legalized, socially codified, and socially reinforced racial caste system that has your politics framed in racial identification. Why does that matter? It matters because in the last 19 months, a white nationalist terrorist organization described as a Trump administration using Project 2025, which is 900 plus pages, and using ways of corporate financing of political parties, political operatives, and using the legal system, has basically and completely deconstructed every federal protection there is for people who are like us. How did we get here? We got here with a slow, steady march of racism. People will say, oh, Keith, we're talking about Olmstead. This isn't about race. This is about eugenics. I will say to you that the eugenics argument is not. It is an easy and expeditious way to say, well, we can still vote for candidates that make us comfortable and be racist at the same time. The theory of eugenics is race purification, particularly the white race purification here in the United States of America. So if you're going to talk about how to move politically in the United States of America and then try to say, well, it's not about race. Well, how do you think they value a disabled body? They don't. The disabled body, whether it is a neurotypical decision, a sensory decision, or a physical decision, is predicated upon how we see the value that can be extracted from your existence. This is never not far from the truth. This is why the disability community is talking about TPS, or immigration, or ICE, or the Olmstead decision. Because at the core of politics is craving want for power. It is never an altruistic viewpoint. People come to politics because they are running into a system that for 250 years has been predicated in exacerbating particular differences in order to maintain a particular kind of ideology that undergirds the functioning of this country. And so when you talk about politics and you talk about codification of the ADA and you talk about implementing the Olmstead, when you watch your work for a quarter of a century or half a century or 413 years blow up, not because the human condition has been the human condition throughout the human existence, but because people have figured out a way to convince other people that in a construct around phenotypes that we call race is sufficient enough to deprive you of health care, education, safety. The American people are understanding, and people with disabilities, you got to understand, you cannot afford to say, I want Olmsted and I want ADA and I want inclusion, but I hate Negroes. I think you should come here the right way. I don't believe a woman should be whatever, because anytime you can demand justice for yourself while bifurcating your own race and saying, I want for me, but not so much for them, is why you're facing the things we are facing now. So at this moment, this is about unity. Are you going to be unified as a community? Understand that voting in the United States has never been about expansion of power for the community so that we can have a functioning society by which your life existence on its continuum can be the best it can be, not because people have figured out how to bifurcate your identity, nor divergent physical disability sensory. But they understand that in order to have a functioning, healthy society, how are you sheltered? How are you fed? Are we making sure that the babies are safe? Are we making sure that women are safe? Are we making sure that people who have chronic illnesses are safe? Are we making sure that there is no such term as medical racism, environmental racism, sexism, or omissions of entire populations in social justice movements, because the undergirding principle still is race? So here in the United States, if you're going to talk about participating in your elections, do that locally, on the state level, county level, and on the federal level. But do not ever lose sight of this. Political parties are not state or federal or governmental entities. They are political clubs who get together to try to use our democratic process to amass political power, to evoke and to use that political power to advance a particular agenda. And what we have seen in the last 100 years in the United States, even with the Great Society, they carved out Negroes. Even in the Great Recession and the Great Comeback, we were disproportionately hit and were the last to recover. Even when you talk about science advancements, there are people who are left out solely predicated upon the fact of a disposition of race. And so if you're talking about, well, what does that have to do with disability? Who makes up the largest core of people who do direct service? What do you talk about? You don't see yourself represented in the medical field. Why is it so amazing to have disabled doctors and nurses? All of those have root causes. And if you do not activate your politics to get people in positions of power who are not there because they get to exercise some power to lean into their biases and or their hates, but they are there to write policy to solve the problem, not to compromise and say, well, we'll give you a little bit of environmental protection because we had to make a trade-off on a tax cut. We'll give you a little bit of inclusion because we had to make a trade-off on reducing your prescription health drug benefit cost. Nothing in America has to happen, but it is. And I'll leave you with this. Please note that when you vote and people talk about, we can't afford this, we can't afford that, even as we're doing what we're doing now. In 2002, prior to the prescription drug benefit being enacted and other things, and at the launch of the war on terror, the United States national deficit was $6.9 trillion. The United States national debt is now close to $40 trillion, which means that the United States has spent $36 trillion on doing everything but taking care of the very people they took the money from. So when you hear disabled veterans scared about Olmstead, when you see the dismantling of the VA system, when you see the dismantling of elder affairs and ADRC, when you see the dismantling of education and special education, when you see the dismantling of housing, this is all rooted in a very particular thing. So when you vote, make sure that you're voting for people who are going to do the job, not pretend to do it.
Chief, I want to ask you a question before you go, and I really appreciate you being patient with all the technical difficulties. And I know you were having them yourself.
Yeah, no worries.
With Jasmine. Olmstead,
Yes.
as you know, was for in segregation in actual institutions, like, and as you know, the IDA, even though they had a least restrictive mandate, was not equally enforced
Yes.
until Olmstead. And
Yes.
and even in terms of criminal justice, Olmstead has played a role in not having people go to jail. That's why we have drug courts today that we didn't have in the 90s. We didn't have drug courts in the 90s. Where did drug courts come from? Olmstead. Can you explain to people why Olmstead is so vital to every aspect, not just like the mentally disabled individual or people who rely on community-based services?
Right. Well, okay, so I'm gonna try to do it. I'm gonna try to give y'all.
I know you gotta go, but I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna give you. I'm just trying not to give you like the long PhD answer, but the answer is very simple. The fight for Olmstead was also linked with Meek House, which was also linked to the early pushes for Medicaid for all. And a lot of that started here, a lot of it started in California. Here, I mean in Massachusetts. And the reason it is critical because it was talking about receiving care in the least restrictive settings, because America's history is not to house people who American society deems undesirable within their community. That is just not the American ethos. There is a reason behind that not being the American ethos. And so when you talk about why it's important for home and community-based services, is because that's how we get a functioning and healthy community. This goes to how do you make sure that homeless veterans who are coming back are not homeless and are able to stay in the community. This goes to how do you make sure Nana doesn't have to lose her house because she cannot age in place. This goes to how do you make sure you have self-direction, self-determination. All of these things came out at the end of the 90s, early 2000s, and the reason it's key now is because the excuses about isolating the disability community no longer hold up. You cannot say, well, we can't work because now we have technological advancements where, quote, nonverbal, unquote, individuals can communicate in a workplace setting. You have the ability where now people who are, quote, severely autistic, unquote, with appropriate services and supports can live a, quote, full and meaningful life and be self-directed. Every statement that I just made is predicated upon the fact that in our community, there is an assumption of competence that people with disabilities are never afforded. And so if you talk about the importance of why Olmstead is needed, why Medicaid for all is needed, why making sure direct support workers are paid a living wage, why you need to make sure the protection and advocacy networks are fully funded, is because people in the United States, when it comes to policy, every time the policy is just slightly expansive, the societal reflex is to be more restrictive. So if you have anybody in your family who served in the military, if you have your favorite auntie who's getting a little up in age, but she likes her house, You should be able to live a life without having to worry if there are people in your government trying to figure out how to eliminate you. And that is why it is critically important, one, that you vote, two, that you understand that the people who are trying to get control of your political process are not doing it out of altruistic reasons. So it is critically important to make sure that we codify Olmstead.
Yes.
We give the ADA, like I said, personally, watching my work burn up in front of my eyes and having like little zero to no support from the community other than people saying, hey, this is bad. You kind of sit there and go,
I just stop telling me it's bad.
I know it's bad, I tried to run for office. They told me I was ahead of my time. So I'm hoping, people will get out there, and it is a democracy. Please understand that anybody, whether you're disabled or not, who is over the age of 18 in the United States can run for office. Being a candidate is basically a big job interview that's like a beauty pageant. So but if you want to be real about it, we're at a time now where we need every kind of voice so we can get us right.
So I just want to just say this so everyone can hear it. I say this all the time on lives. Eugenics is a pseudo racist science. It's a racism. Ableism is based in racism.
Yes.
I'm going to say this for those in the back who did not hear me. Eugenics is a pseudo racist science. Ableism is based in racism. And if you cannot see the humanity of someone who
a pseudo, right, if you can't, like,
if you can't see the humanity in somebody who looks like me and Keith and who isn't disabled because you have a lot of hue in us, why should non-disabled people see your humanity? Either we see everyone's humanity or nobody's going to see no one else's. Humanity is not up for debate. Humanity is not for debate. We need to stop this nonsense. And I'm going to say this, and Keith knows this from his own experience in Massachusetts. It's not just Republicans. It's Democrats. I'm going to say this.
It's everybody.
It's everybody. And Keith knows about this. What they're trying to do in my state, in our state, they're trying to. It's the one of two states in the United States that don't have forced outpatient treatment. This senator, who's a Democrat, is saying we need forced outpatient institutionalization. No one wants it. Everyone in the disability community also needs to understand that in interdisability ableism is also a form of eugenics, and we have to stand together. So when they're calling for outpatient involuntary commitment of people with psych disabilities, but you want to stay in your home, and they weaponize psychiatric issues when somebody wasn't getting the proper care in the first place, you need to make sure that while you're fighting for home care for you or your family member so they can stay in their home, you also need to make sure you're fighting for the dignity of people who have mental health disorders and substance abuse disorders. Because as somebody who has a mental health disorder, it's a disability just like my physical disabilities, just like my learning disabilities. And they disable me in the exact same way. And I need the same resources, and we need to stop playing around and elevating this disability hierarchy crap, because that's what it is. It's eugenics in action. Keith, you want to wrap us up?
Yes, thank you for saying that. And I'm going to, I want to be clear that people understand this, and I'm going to read this to you so that people can. This is Francis Galton, who is the cousin of Charles Darwin, who derived the term eugenics, right? And they said, and it's from the Greek word eugenes, meaning good in birth. Quote, we greatly want a brief word to express the science of improving stock, by which is by no means confined to the question of judicious mating, by which, especially in the case of man, takes cognizance of all influences that tend to remote disagree. More suitable races or strains of blood stand a better chance of prevailing. Please understand that's 1883. That is 19 years after the conclusion of the Civil War, in which 700,000 people murdered each other in order to keep black people on the plantation. Eugenics is race based. Everything we're facing, the moment we get over being racist, we will make sure America is a better place. Nieta, thank you so much. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Keith. And I will reach out so we can make plans to see each other soon.
Absolutely. You take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. So this concludes our award ceremony. Oh my God, I have not seen Dr. Cadet in a minute. Hi, Doc. I'm gonna bring her on. Oh my God.
Hi.
Hi, my friend. Haven't seen you in a while.
Oh.
I've been checking you out on your podcast though.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Business owner, multiple businesses, partial sports team owner, has all the degrees from undergrad to master's to doctorate. That's why I call her Dr. Cadet, because even though I don't have to, because I love this woman and what she stands for, and you know, she's been saying the same thing Keith and I have been saying.
Yes.
All of this stuff is white supremacy in action, and I'm going to give you the floor because, again, you're going to say it in a little more elegant way than Keith and I are, but you're a real one.
Not necessarily. Well, I'm thrilled to be here. You're doing a great job. We just came out of Mercury retrograde, but it doesn't mean that it's gone. It lingers before it completely goes. So great job with managing everyone's technology in technology today. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Akilah Cadet. My pronouns are bad bitch, she, her. I'm seated in Oakland, California in my office. There's a bookshelf behind me with books. And then also my angel dog is behind me, Marley, who passed away. I am the founder and CEO of Change Cadet, an organizational creative consulting company. We do strategy, crisis management, and creative work. I've been doing it for 11 years. It's been increasingly harder with Donald Trump in office because I'm one of the Black women who's impacted by Donald Trump's hate towards Black women, in addition to any oppressed group and the attack on DEI. I am one of the owners of the Oakland Roots and Soul soccer teams out here. We have a game right after this. I am the author of, you can see it behind me too, White Supremacies All Around, Notes from a Black Disabled Woman in a White World. In my office, I told you my dog is behind me, but I'll just do an image description for inclusion. I have loose curls today where you can see the transatlantic slave trade in my hair with my blondes and my reds and my grays and my dark browns. I have hazel eyes. D'Angelo would tell me I have brown sugar skin. And I have on a white t-shirt that says, you can use your spoons to eat ice cream. So for our disabled community, chronic illness, chronic pain community, remember to give those spoons back to yourself sometimes. The shirt is available on my website, changecadet.com. You can follow me on Instagram or any social media platform at change, CHANGE, Cadet, CADET. What Keith said was really beautiful and really important. I loved tuning into every single thing that Keith said, but I do want to correct something. Ableism is not based in racism. Ableism is based in white supremacy. White supremacy is the home of racism, ableism, transphobia, xenophobia, homophobia. All the isms and obias are because of white supremacy. So in order to get to why our advocacy is really important as these midterms come up, we have to understand what white supremacy is. I've done this several times. You may have heard or seen me do this, but I have to because white supremacy is all around. How many people love white supremacy? Just think about it. Do you love white supremacy? Because I do. I love it so much. I wrote a book about it. And the reason why I love white supremacy is because White supremacy means the social determinants of health that everyone deserves. Everyone deserves livable, walkable, accessible, transportation-filled communities. Everyone deserves opportunities to have jobs that give them the income that they need and the insurance that they need if they're US-based. Everyone deserves to be pulled over by law enforcement and told to slow down or just get a ticket and not murdered or maimed. Everyone deserves to go to the emergency room and have their pain relieved and not be a drug seeker because I'm a Black person, or not be an anxious, stressed out, tired woman, because being a woman means you're tired, I guess, and not having your pain believed. And we all know how Black women's pain is not believed in this country. So white supremacy is being able to get a promotion at work for doing nothing and not having to have the 3 degrees that I have and working twice as hard to succeed. But white supremacy means that only white people can have those benefits. Cisgendered heterosexual white people, primarily white men, followed by white women, they are the ones that deserve to have the social determinants of health. And so if you're a white person and gay, you're further removed from that. If you're a white person and disabled, you're further removed from that. So imagine being a Black disabled woman. Hi, that's me. And how far away I'm removed from the social determinants of health to thrive. See, ableism is rooted in white supremacy. If we dismantle white supremacy, then we don't have to have these conversations that we're having today. We don't have to have a say no to Crip Crow rally, but we have to because people choose to not see us, and that is the benefit of white supremacy. White supremacy is also what Keith was talking about. Eugenics. Eugenics is rooted in white supremacy. Eugenics means there's a superior ethnicity. Race is a social construct. I'm not going to get into that, but is there a superior ethnicity? Eugenics also means not a disabled person. White supremacy means superior, supremacism, perfection. And my disabled body is not viewed as perfect. Even with my light skin privilege, I'm not viewed as perfect. Now, some of you are like, how is this bad bitch disabled? I understand. I get it. But I live with dynamic disability. So I have a parent and non-apparent disability. You can see a little bit today, but I have an extremely rare type of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. I have an extremely rare type of arthritis called ankylosing spondylitis, meaning my spine's fusing together. I have extremely rare kidney disease, so I can't take any anti-inflammatories for the inflammation my body's typically in. I have extremely rare conditions like mast cell activation syndrome, GI things, and the list goes on and on. That's why I have a cane on the cover of my book, because I am a cane user. Dynamics, sometimes I need the cane, sometimes I don't need the cane. It all depends, but I'm 100% in pain. My body also makes me think I'm having a heart attack every day as a result of my Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. And for those of you who don't know, EDS is a rare connective tissue disorder. And my type, I have a gene that says we don't want to work with collagen. And so that means I bruise easily, I cut easily, my joints dislocate and partially dislocate easily, partially dislocate every day. And my body thinks it's having a heart attack every day. So I have the symptoms of a heart attack, and then I can have a heart attack and die at any moment in time. Right now, I'm extremely tired because my heart's not pumping well. So I've been in and out of the emergency room and urgent care and having lots of different procedures because I'm not doing well. I'm literally trying to survive right now. And I bring all that up because the Rehabilitation Act happened in 1973, right? That was 53 years ago. The Americans with Disabilities Act happened in 1990. That was 36 years ago. The Olmstead Act and the codification that's needed for the Olmstead efforts, that was in 1999. It was 27 years ago. These are all things that are in people's lifetimes. Now, these things are significant because the Civil Rights Act passed in 1964 and the Voting Rights Act passed in 1965. The passing of the Voting Rights Act in 1965 is the end of Jim Crow. What people don't realize is that Jim Crow also included disabled folks. Yes, Black people, but it included disabled people too. Oppressed groups, right? Anyone who's oppressed received those benefits of Jim Crow. Now, if it weren't for Black people, we wouldn't have the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. We wouldn't have Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. We wouldn't have Olmstead, 1999. Because Black people have been doing the work for oppressed people ever since we came here from Africa, right? So to Keith's point earlier, if you're advocating for disabled people and you're racist as fuck, you're part of the problem. Because without Black people, you wouldn't be in a position here where we can even advocate for our needs as disabled people. If you're excluding the lived experience of AAPI, Asian American Pacific Islanders, if you're excluding the experience of Indigenous people, again, of Black people, anyone who's non-white, and only focus on your needs as a disabled person, you're part of the problem. You're actually upholding values of white supremacy. So if you want to do all that you can to stop Section 504, Olmstead Act, all of these horrible things that tie back to eugenics, tie back to a time where people with disabilities were institutionalized, couldn't be in care, in community, in their home, you have to acknowledge Black people, and you cannot be racist. You can't be racist doing the work. See, my intersectionality doesn't allow me to pick and choose like a white woman. A white woman can decide one day that she is just a white person, whatever her white ethnicity is, and reap the benefits of white supremacy, even though through her intersectionality, the intersections of our identities, a term coined by Kimberly Crenshaw, of how we identify and how those identities impact our daily lived experience and the systems and structures that we live in. A white woman one day can just be white. She has the privilege of doing that because that's white supremacy, even though she has the lived experience of being oppressed, a woman. Now, we also know how women's organs are political and protected by the government. There's no prostate law. There's no prostate act of 19, no, there's none of that, right? So imagine being a woman, being a person of color, being disabled, and what that means right now with Donald Trump, who's attacking DEI, who's attacking disabled folks, who's attacking immigrants. I'm a first-gen kid, so I'm a child of an immigrant. Imagine what that's like. And if you have the privilege to just worry about your disability benefits or your health care, then you have more work to do, because I don't get that privilege. I do not. So remember, in order to do this work to get back to humanity, and that's what I talk about all the time on my podcast that Nieta brought up earlier, which is humane rights, how we get back to humanity is dismantling white supremacy. Dismantling white supremacy is how all of us, through our intersectionality, can thrive and have the social determinants of health that right now the United States of America says is only for white people, non-disabled individuals, cis hetero white people. The LGBTQ plus community, the disabled community, non-white people, we all deserve the same thing. So remember, Jim Crow was 61 years ago, and we are still dealing with the benefits as Black people. When we think about Nolan Wells and so many other Black kids, men, women, and children who have been lynched in one way or another. That's still we have all the rules that are there, but that's still happening. The Emmett Till Anti-Lynching Act happened in 2022. He was lynched in 1955. Today would have been his 85th birthday. And Black people are still dealing with that. So that's why as disabled people, we're still dealing with things, because ADA was 36 years ago. The Rehabilitation Act was 53 years ago. And until we're seen as humans, getting back to humanity, we're going to deal with the same thing over and over again. But if we don't dismantle the white supremacy within ourselves, within the disabled community, then it will only perpetually get worse. When we come together, so we all deserve the benefits of social determinants of health, that dismantles white supremacy, and that's how we get back to humanity. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Cadet. I want to just say this to you because I admire how you've been navigating your health challenges and still doing the damn thing. One of the things, and somebody commented in chat, which we do not talk enough about, is our territories in the United States. And I am, as you know, I am Puerto Rican, I'm Latina on my mother's side of the family, and I'm Puerto Rican and Cuban specifically. and what they did to Puerto Rican women to test birth control on them. Like we talk about Tuskegee, right? And I'm not saying that's not important. We never, ever have ever talked about what they've done to U.S. citizens. These are U.S. citizens. Puerto Ricans are U.S. citizens. What our government allowed drug companies to do to Puerto Rican women.
Allows. It still continues.
No, I know, but I'm talking about like at that time allowed them to do to Puerto Rican women and stopped it when white women were dying of the elevated hormones. They were saying this was, like they decided to ignore it because there was Puerto Rican, and these were Puerto Rican poor women. These were not wealthy Puerto Ricans. These were poor women. Specifically, they ignored the poor women, regardless of what color their skin was, because they were poor, and we never talk about it. And these women, if they did not die, they could not have children because of this experimentation. So I'm so grateful that you talk about the social determinants of health and how, like, the further away you are, and I say this all the time, if I did not have the class privilege that I have, I would be worse off. Full stop. I would be full stop. And you've said that to yourself. You've said, if I did not have the class privilege that I had, the education, all the things, like that gives sometimes that's the only buffer Black people, disabled people have, other marginalized groups have from white supremacy is their money in their education, which is sad in this country that they don't value humanity at all. So I'm going to ask this. I have not asked this of anybody else, but how could people find your podcast, and especially, and how could they support you? I know you're getting people to buy your book. I listened and read your book. Is there anything else besides your shirts and stuff that you want?
Yeah. Well, I want to say again, congrats to you for putting this together. Hope you're doing something to celebrate yourself today or this weekend for all this work. Congrats to all the winners and activists who are continually doing the work. It's crucial, and it's great that this will continue every year. Of course, you can pick up my book wherever books are sold, audiobook or physical book. White Supremacy is All Around. My website, you can pick up merch or my book or vintage that I have there, whatever you need. It is Disability Pride Month, so remember to support disabled folks. And if you are disabled, share other people's disabled info that's out there. You can follow me on social media at Change, CHANG CADET. I do want to say, like, it's a whole much longer conversation, but the way Black and brown bodies are treated in healthcare is deplorable, and the history around that is deplorable. If you don't know, there was an alleged Dr. Marion Sims, and he is the originator of gynecological studies, all the way down to certain tools that are used still to this day. But he used enslaved Black women to perfect fistula surgery without any type of anesthesia that was available. So he'd practice on enslaved Black women, and then for white women, they would get anesthesia and the care that they need, right? And this is during the days of enslavement. And so white supremacy is in the fabric of healthcare in this country. And because we are disabled individuals, we have to deal with a lot of healthcare. Healthcare is under attack in this country. Right now, there's a bill for $1.15 trillion for defense efforts and combining the Israeli and US military. Trillion. And that would cover everyone's free universal health care. That would give us the systems that we need to have enough providers so we don't have to wait, if we're lucky, 3 to 6 months to see a provider or have a procedure. But war bombs are more important than human bodies, let alone disabled bodies. And so the more history you know, the more advocacy you can do in any capacity, whether it's social media, conversations with your loved ones, and how you vote. It is a multifaceted approach. You don't have to be active like myself or Nieta. You don't have to work to that type of level, but you have to do something. Because unfortunately, if we want the privilege to remain in this country, we have to advocate for ourselves collectively.
Well, last question. When is your next season of your podcast coming out?
It'll be, so we just wrapped. So the season comes out in the first quarter of next year. So we come out in the first quarter of next year. We launched January 6th of this year because I wanted a different positive vibe with January 6th.
Yeah, I got it.
So yeah, so stay tuned for next year. And if you know of any folks that you would like to see me interview, slide in my DMs or hit me up and let me know.
Well, I will say this. You are always welcome to come on. We have two. I have one live Disability Community for Democracy has a live stream program that we do on Fridays in 2027 called Tell You No Lie. We talk about disability culture, not politics, but culture. We're talking about politics today. But then I do another live stream in partnership with Sick of This Shit Publications, which is owned by our director of framing, Nick Perro. We call it Listening Louder. So we would love to have you on to talk about
of course,
white supremacy, because and we have this running joke between the two of us. I said, how come it's an Afro Latina and a Jewish person teaming up on Olmsted and insisting that we call members of Congress? Maybe it's because both our groups have been, have gone through being eliminated. It's
not maybe. It's not maybe. See, we deal with the direct impact. There are disabled people who are white who don't feel the full impact in the way in which we do. Like I said, it's because of Black people how we're able to have the activism and the laws passed to protect disabled individuals. The problem is that we're tired.
We are tired. No, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like,
yeah, but
it's not a joke.
But even though we're still tired, we're still doing it, and that's the privilege of whiteness. They can step in, step out, step in, step out, and they need to be more consistent and show it consistently with whatever intersectionality they have, because white supremacy is not my problem; it's theirs. They need to dismantle it. And even with all the accolades I have, I'll never have the power of a white man who is a person who uses a wheelchair. I'll never have the power of even a gay white man, or the most powerful one. I won't. He can say the same exact thing and people will listen to him more than they would listen to me, right? And so no matter how often we say we're tired, earlier this week was Black Equal Women's Payday. We make 65 cents to the white man's dollar. So that means it takes 18 months for us to make the same amount of money. When we tell you we're tired, that's what we mean. And that's just working. Now imagine people who are working and also do advocacy on top of that, and are disabled or have kids and or have a partner and or caretaker of other people. We're tired.
Because I don't get paid. So just everybody know, I say this all the time. I don't get paid for this work. I am a tax professional. That's my paper.
Right. And then imagine, when tax time comes around, that first quarter of the year, you're busy, but you're still showing up for other people.
Yeah.
And this is why the first chapter of my book is White Women Are Exhausting, but white people can be exhausting because they don't understand how much we keep persevering, which is a word that I hate using for people like ourselves, but we have to. We don't have the privilege to take a break.
Yeah,
so the more we come together, the easier it is for us.
I wish I could have taken, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to close out. I wish I could have taken a break because my uncle was dying of cancer due to his military service and other chronic illnesses in a veteran's home. I wish I could have taken a break to go see him, but I had to, I couldn't, because I had to do Disability Community for Democracy work and I had to actually work my seasonal tax job. So I didn't have any energy to go and see him. I spoke to him, but I didn't have any energy to go to see him. And so when you have a disability, you're making choices on not only if you're going to be about this life and do this work, you're missing out on so many family things, funerals, birthdays, going to things, because you have to conserve your energy to go to work and do do your activism because they want to erase your humanity. So Dr. Cadet, I want to say I'm praying for you, because I know how some people feel about prayer and positive vibes, but I am keeping you in my thoughts. And I'm sorry that it's been so hard for you this year. It sucks. I wish our healthcare system was not giving you such a hard time. And you deserve, and I'm going to say this right now, you deserve all the accolades and more. And you also deserve to get paid like you were before, on a regular basis, not when it's crisis time.
Not performatively. Absolutely. Well, give yourself grace for the grief, and I hope you find some softness this weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. I'll talk to you later. Bye. So I'm gonna bring on Dee. I hope you're on. I'm sorry, we were a little behind. We had some tech issues. Hi, Dee.
Hi, how are you, Naida? Can you hear me?
I can. Dee, I'm gonna just let you have the floor. We had issues twice, so we are behind. So
Not a
I
problem.
apologize. I know you have some things to do. So
No, you're fine. Yeah, thank you. I want to thank Naida publicly because she allowed me to publish an essay on the work that I've been doing over the last, what is it now, 4 years, which is working with a group called the Friends of the National Museum of Disability History and Culture. Back up on that a little bit. I started working with a group called the Pennhurst Memorial and Preservation Alliance back in 2021. And it is a group that's based out of the now shuttered Pennhurst Institution in Spring City, Pennsylvania. Obviously a horrible place, and with a group who was committed and remains committed to preserving the history of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities who were incarcerated there, sometimes murdered there, abused there for sure. So she gave me some space on her Substack to talk about the work that we've been doing. First, I want to start, though, with a quote that I use as my email address for this type of disability history work. The quote was one that I read at the original small Museum of Disability History in Buffalo, New York. And it's a quote by a historian named William Loren Catt. And the quote goes this way: "If you believe people have no history worth mentioning, it's easy to believe they have no humanity worth defending." So my Gmail address is historyworthmentioning@gmail.com if anyone is interested in hearing more about the work toward a National Museum of Disability History. I am preaching to the choir here because I know that everyone here understands how hidden the disability community is in history. It's not that we weren't there. It's not that elements of disability and how American society treated people who they decided were different. But it's hidden. It's not something that people are aware of. And I've had the experience of, I bring it up, or I bring up how disability might be related to certain issues, and I get the eye roll. I get the, oh, there she goes again. There she goes again, Dee, with disability. But we're talking about my family. We're talking about my sister. We're talking about me. I have a hidden disability. I have a mental health disorder. I had cancer almost 5 years ago, but I'm still dealing with the physical ramifications of that. And as Dr. Cadet said, as Keith Jones said earlier, as Naida has been saying, this is every day. This impacts work. This impacts family life. This impacts being able to move out around the world as a whole. And because it's invisible, people forget it's there. So I started working with this group, the Friends of the National Museum, because we are currently the only marginalized group, or one of there are some left as well, but there is no national museum foregrounding the history of disability in the United States. There are small museums that preserve the history. One recently opened at the Viscardi Center down on Staten Island. And there are groups that are starting to do work on making disability history part of a K-12 education for students in the United States. So it doesn't come as such a surprise that people who have different minds, different bodies, different ways of moving through the world actually exist, and that it's not a tragedy. That this is, I'm really excited to hear about Naida's and Dr. Kadei's focus on disability culture. People think disability and they think, oh, this has got to be an enormous bummer. We're talking about people who are experts at moving through a world that is not constructed for them, not physically constructed, not constructed through the various systems of education or employment or government, not built for people who need to access it. And people need to be aware of that. I'm also excited to be coming in on the ground level. I am a white woman. I have a PhD. I have a lot of privilege. This is a tremendous chance to use that privilege to help move toward an accurate portrayal of disability in the United States. And it is cross racial, BIPOC individuals with disability have a very different experience than white people with disability in the US. Gender, LGBTQIA, Native American people, everyone, disability is the only identity group that you can join at any time. You know, you're born with your race, you're born with your culture, you're born with your background, you're born with gender, you're born with your sexual orientation and your gender identity, even if the world doesn't recognize it. But any of us could develop a disability, or in my case, add a disability overnight by having a stroke, during the day by crossing the street and being hit by a car, due to an illness, you know, an illness like cancer, which changes your body and your energy level. Anyone can join this group. I'm thrilled to be coming in from the ground floor of building a national movement toward centering disability history, because maybe this time we can get it right. Maybe if we recognize that disability crosses all of those different identity groups, that disability is developed and worsened depending upon if you are an unhoused person, if you are a person of low socioeconomic needs or living in poverty, people who have chronic illness, and the chronic illness not being treated within our current medical system creates additional disability. How about we recognize that right from the beginning? We are so diverse. That is an amazing boon, a blessing to the work. The problems that have been solved by disabled people are the things that non-disabled people take advantage of all the time. Your smartphone with text function, with speech-to-text function, developed for people who were not able to type, people who are not able to see their phone. I have become hard of hearing as I've gotten older. I make use of caption technology. These were all created for people who could not access the world in the same way, and everyone benefits from it. So I also have been talking with some of the people that I'm working with about how can we do this museum differently. Not everyone can travel to the National Mall. I'm not saying that we don't, as a community, belong in the National Mall. I'm not saying that at all. We do. But it's very difficult for people to get there. You hear all the time about people's mobility aids being damaged as they travel by plane, as they travel by train, moving into hotel rooms or things like that that are not accessible to people. So rather than try to say, hey, everybody come to us, how can we, as a group, working with other organizations who are doing tremendous work in different places, the Disability History and Culture Collaborative is doing some fantastic online work. Disability Education, Disability Equality in Education is doing a lot of the K through 12 work, as is teaching disability history. And the Friends are doing work in different ways to address how do we finally make a museum that works for everyone, that people can access it even if they are immune compromised and are not able to physically be in the museum. How do we have a museum that gets it right from the beginning, where we deal with ableism as a product of white supremacy? What would that look like if we actually told the stories that were there from the beginning, rather than saying and backpedaling, saying, oh, that's right, we missed this part of the history, we missed this part of the history. No, the best way to do that, of course, is to have disability-led organizations and groups working toward preserving disability history, putting people with disabilities, disabled folks, in positions of power, voting power, not just people with physical disabilities, but people with sensory disabilities, people with mental health disabilities, people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, people with chronic illnesses. All of those voices need to be represented, and they need to be represented with the power to change how the message goes forth. It's very exciting. We all know what museums have become under this particular administration. That they are criticizing the Smithsonian, the very top workers in museums in the United States, and saying that this is bad history. We want to restore truth and sanity. Well, I've had a laugh over returning sanity to American history. And I've looked at other friends, I'm like, well, we can't do that, right? We're not the ones supposed to have the sanity. And yet, we are the ones who can best tell our story. So NAIDA is a member of the grassroots work group. I serve on the grassroots work group. We encourage people, get in touch with me through NAIDA's work, Disability Community for Democracy, if you're interested in hearing more about what it is that we do and how we are building from the ground up. And we're not waiting for Washington to give us permission. We know they won't. We're building the infrastructure anyway. And, we do our best work under the radar. Since people forget about us, we can build tremendous systems of our own designed around our needs. And the able-bodied world, the non-disabled world, maybe won't even be aware of it at all. That's great. That's subversive. Let's do that. Let's build all of these things up and support each other. Because if we are preserving humanity, our history is worth mentioning. The history of people within the disability community, and with all of the intersectional identities that we bring to the table. They should be represented, they should be talked about, and it should be in our hands. So NAIDA, thanks so much for giving me a chance to talk today. I hope the technical stuff is going better.
Yeah, the technical stuff is going better. Dee, before you hop off, I do want to, say, and I think this is really important, and I need people to understand this, the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 updated all of our vocational rehabilitation acts, especially after World War I and World War II.
Yes.
that had nothing to do, and that had nothing, actually had nothing to do with race. This actually were veterans who literally were saying, we became disabled due to fighting wars.
Right.
And these were white folks, these were white
Right.
disabled
Right.
men. And that's how come we have the Rehabilitation Act, because during the Vietnam era, we leave disabled veterans out of our story, which is disrespectful.
It is.
But we would not have the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, the updated or most up-to-date law around those, if we did not have the Vietnam War.
Yes.
They were the ones, these were white people who acquired disabilities, joined with civilian disabled folks. Most of them acquired disabilities. These were older boomers, young silent gen people who put their bodies on the line saying, we have a right to access services if the federal government's paying for it. And if it wasn't for white disabled veterans who got the ball rolling on this, we wouldn't have the 504 protests, which was led by people who were not vets. So we just need to be clear on history that a lot of the things around veterans and how the access that we have is veterans and our parents.
Yes. Yes. That's absolutely the truth. And the 504 protest was greatly supported by the Black Panthers. And as I know you know.
And it's not only Black Panthers, because we talk a lot about the Black Panthers, but as somebody who's a member of the LGBTQ community, I feel like sexuality and gender identity is fluid. So like I also believe that's a group you can join anytime. Because I used to, when I was younger, I used to think, when I was like a little kid, I used to think I was straight. So, you know, but
there was LGBT, it was gay men, a group called the Butterfly Brigade, who also helped during the sit-in.
There were some unions in that, and I do think we need to I believe that the Black Panthers deserve their due, but I also don't want to leave out the LGBTQ community, because they also get left out a lot of our disability history, even though people who are members of the LGBTQ community are disproportionately disabled.
Yes, of course. And that it was only taken out of the DSM, I forget which version, that homosexuality was considered a mental illness. You know, LGBTQ. So it's not that far back. And it's still the way that people respond to transgender people. And so it's not, you know, like we said, you know, it's not buried that deeply, but people don't like to talk about it.
I always say, because I was born after what we now call IDA and Rehabilitation Act of 1973. But I say it wasn't that long afterwards. All of this stuff was basically in my lifetime. And depending on which school district you were in, because I was in several, they weren't evenly enforced until Olmstead. And I keep reminding people, and I've said this to people before, your experience, if you are Black and you trace any of your ancestry to enslavement in this country, you're going to have a different feeling about what's happening than somebody who does not trace any of their ancestry to enslavement in this country. And that includes our territories. They have a different experience. And I do think I really appreciate the fact that you are saying we're going to tell the whole story and not just whitewash it. And I don't mean whitewash it in terms of making it white.
Right, sure.
But you know, that's not what I meant by whitewashing, but what I meant was making it more palatable to people.
Exactly. And a lot of these things are simply not palatable. And it's taken, there are times as well in terms of getting the groups together to work together to bring this history forward and to foreground it. White, highly educated professionals got to step back.
But
Yeah.
I agree with you, but
I mean, we can be there to push things through, because there are some things and some environments I can walk into, and just by virtue of how I look, people are going to take me more seriously. And I also know where to dodge and take care of things behind the scenes that people don't know that we're doing, because I know the systems and I can operate within those.
Yeah, I say this all the time. As somebody who serves on my city's disability commission, and even when my term is over, I will
Mhm.
always be able to say I've served on that commission. And
Yes.
that makes me, and you heard me say this earlier today, I think it was to Congresswoman Presley, it makes me a subject matter expert. People
Yes.
respect the fact that I not only have an organization that I built from scratch, but I'm also doing it in the government.
Yes.
in government, it's not just lived experience. I serve in government now,
Right.
and I also think, I also think what I can't wait for the museum. This is my last thing I'm going to say about the museum is I would love to see the people of color who came here from other countries and who have disabilities and have their stories told, and have
Yes.
them actually understand, like, yes, we experience a lot of the same things, but it's not in your lived DNA as it is in mine.
Yes.
It
Yeah.
isn't. And I respect everyone who, but I feel it. There are times like when I felt Olmsted, when I heard it, what came out on Juneteenth, like the day
Mhm.
before Juneteenth, I felt it in my like generational, the trauma of having in ancestry, my ancestors being enslaved in the South, in the United
Yeah.
States. I felt that like they don't care. They don't give a damn. And I felt it in a way that like some of my friends um who are not black, or who are black but they're immigrants or children of immigrants,
Mhm.
like fully children of immigrants, both their parents are immigrants, they didn't feel it in the same way. They're upset,
Yes.
but I feel it like this is a slap in the face to my ancestors who were fighting for freedom and diagnosed
Yes.
with protest psychosis
Yes. Yeah.
and dryptomania because they want to be free.
Right.
So
Yes.
so
Exactly. I can appreciate that.
I really appreciate you talking about the museum. You always have a platform if you want to write about more. You're always
Okay.
welcome to write another piece. We do have some slots if you want to write another piece. Just let me know and I'll let you know the dates. I'm going to tell you that piece did get a lot of views, and a lot of people read it.
Yeah.
Because people are interested, and I will see you
Yes.
in a couple weeks.
That's right. At the next grassroots meeting.
I will see you at the next
Second Tuesday.
I will see you at the next grassroots meeting. And if you need anything, and I keep saying this, and I'm gonna keep saying it because I want the board. I don't know if the board knows this. If they want anybody on the board who wants to come on and talk about the museum
Yes.
on our live stream, or if they want to write a piece from their experience, they are more than welcome to. This is not, that's why Nothing About Us Without Us exists, because we don't have a repository for multiple stories in our community.
Right. Right. And yeah, in Alice Wong's work meant a great deal to me that way, in terms of taking up space by how about having people tell their own stories from their own perspectives. So Naida, thanks so much, and good luck with this. I enjoyed listening to Keith and to Dr. Cadet.
Thank you, Dee, and I'll see you soon.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. I am going to bring on our I'm going to turn you off. Hold on.
Thanks.
I am going to bring on your D. You could just X out. You'll be able to leave that way. I'm going to just remove you since you're struggling. I'm going to bring on our Northeast coordinator. BB, are you ready to come on? gonna turn on your camera. Well, when you turn on your camera, then we can see you.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hey, my friend. How are you? Yes.
I'm okay. How are you doing, BB?
Good.
I don't know.
It's
Good.
good to see you. Thank you
Good
for
to see you.
this.
Thank you. I'm gonna give you the floor. And if you run into any technical difficulties and if you need to just turn off your camera and do voice, that's fine, because I know sometimes if you're not plugged in, the Wi-Fi sometimes acts a little janky. All right, so I'm gonna give you the floor. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Abiodun Ojo. I go as BB, and I'm the Northeast coordinator for DCD. And I remember the day that the Olmsted memo came out with the DOJ legal counsel, and it really struck me as someone who personally has, a personal experience with the criminal justice system on a personal level, and having a loved one who, has been criminalized and had experience, in that system of institutionalization. It's something I think that a lot of people of color who witness it could see that, this is not something, we're just screaming out of, it being, a conspiracy. Like, this is a real issue that many of us can really, speak to on a personal level. And, I think back to the history of this country and the fact that, this system of institutionalization and, weaponization of disabilities, something that's new. It's something that existed since inception. As Naida mentioned earlier, drapetomania is basically this that said that were in enslavement, were mentally ill, and it deemed a mental illness. And the solution to that, funny enough, was forced labor. You think back to the LGBTQ community and the fact that in 1973 is only when, being labeled a homosexual wasn't deemed as being a mental illness. You think back to women and hysteria and the fact that President, Kennedy and his sister who was lobotomized, and you see a pattern and you realize that the way that institutionalization has been used in our country historically has been politicized, and you realize that it has less to do with people's actual lived experience of being disabled and more to do with political agendas. And with that being said, we think back to what the ADA defines as being a disability, and you think to the fact that part of what the ADA defines as being disabled is the perception of having a disability. And I think when you look at that, you realize that in this day and age, anything could be called a disability to fit a political agenda. I mean, just think of protest psychosis, which was used as another means of quelling civil disobedience against civil rights for African Americans. It's something that's not new, and it's something that's continued. And I'm really excited to be a part of something like DCD, which is working at the forefront to be able to address this, because this isn't something that that's siloed. Whether that's your race, your socioeconomic status, your immigration status, it affects all of us. And I can say for myself as someone who has a invisible disability that it doesn't absolve you regardless of where you stand in the social hierarchy that we're in. It affects all of us, whether that's your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend, a classmate. The effects of disability justice and rights, it's ubiquitous, and it doesn't really, it doesn't discriminate. As mentioned several times, it doesn't matter where you are in your life. You can always develop a disability. You can be born with it. You can get it at practically any age and point in your life. And so it's really important as we continue to speak out against the DOJ memo that, you know, this is a collective fight for all of us. And it's a fight that can only be won, I believe, if we are able to draw from all of the marginalized groups that have the shared commonality of disability. And that being said, I will give it back to Naida. If she wouldn't.
You don't need to, you're not logging out yet. Before, I just want you to just talk. I know your remarks were going to be short, but can you just tell people, as the Northeast coordinator, what help you need? Because since you have the floor.
Okay. I are at this point really in need of more volunteers in general. One of the goals that we have for every coordinator position is to have volunteers from each state. The Northeast is actually the smallest region that we have at DCD, and it incorporates 9 states. And so we need volunteers who are on the ground, who are connected with the community. It doesn't really matter per se if you have a disability. It's more of a matter of you being an ally and being on the boots and being able to see what's happening in your state. For example, something that we're working on for our next meeting, which is happening on Monday, is a Massachusetts bill that is focused on legalizing forced outreach treatment. And so that's something that is legal in 48 states, absent of Massachusetts and Connecticut. And while you might think, like, you know, for example, like something like that isn't something that is attached on a national level, you have to think back to, you know, the executive order that was passed last year under the person in the White House, which basically had stated that states now have the authority or should begin looking into, you know, as we have today, forced medication and treatment for people with disabilities. And so, again, we need people who are on the ground, who are willing to do the work, whether that's outreach, social media, and in general, just people who are willing to be on the forefronts. We have an article that's coming out in the next week against the Massachusetts bill. And we also have several other oppositional letters that we have that are coming in the following weeks.
So I do want to say that article is coming out on Tuesday. The bill has died in the House. I live in Massachusetts, so it was actually, we wrote this article together, partially because BB is the Northeast coordinator, is in law school now in California, but lives in New York. You know, that New York is his residence and his legal residence, his domicile, but is in school and, well, starting school in a couple weeks? Right?
Couple weeks, yeah.
Or something. So we wrote this together.
Yeah, 2 weeks to go.
We wrote the article. Yeah, there's tech today. we wrote the article together because it was important
Yeah, there's a lag.
to
I'm
make
so
sure.
sorry.
Don't worry about it. We wrote the article together because it was important to also add a voice to somebody who lives in the state. And so when stuff like that happens, we are going to ask people who are going to be directly affected by said law. This personally directly affects me because as somebody who has a mental health diagnosis, who's fine, I don't have any problems or anything, but given the current occupant and actually a lot of like the institutionalization started in Massachusetts, you wouldn't think so, but it was here, started here and spread and it was deemed humane to do this back then. I want people to understand that we need you. We can't speak for everyone. Like disability, there's like 500 plus disabilities. We can't speak for every disability. So we need you to volunteer to the best of your ability to help all politics is local. So, BB, I'm going to let you peace out and enjoy the rest of the live stream. I will see you on Monday. That article is coming out on Tuesday. Thank you so much, BB, for doing this.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Last but certainly not least, I'm going to bring on Jennifer again to give her remarks. We're going to close it out with how Olmsted impacts community-based services, specifically home care. So Jennifer, when you're ready, all you need to do is turn on your camera and go right ahead. Jennifer, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Burse. I am Legal and Policy Co-Lead for Disability Community for Democracy. I am 48 years old. I live in Michigan. And I was born at 26 weeks with cerebral palsy. I have used some form of home and community-based services throughout my entire life. These services for people with all variety of disabilities. There is case management, which is vitally important for people who need help with paperwork, navigating the medical and insurance systems of Medicare and Medicaid. Home and community-based services provides home care, which I have utilized my entire adult life in terms of being able to hire an individual to assist me with tasks, activities of daily living, which include everything from getting out of bed, to using the restroom, to bathing, to changing clothes, to cooking, to shopping, to getting to and from appointments, because it also provides non-emergency medical transportation. There's a whole laundry list of things that people use home and community-based services for. However, I have used HCBS, as it's called, as an adult with a disability from the moment I was 18 all the way to now, and I hope to use it for the rest of my life, because without it, I would have been able to have the home care I needed to get up and go to school at a major research university in Detroit, Michigan, to obtain 63 credits toward a journalism degree. I would not have been able to have the ability to obtain my degree, finally obtain a degree in public relations in 2016 without home and community-based services. I would not have options for assistance and housing after a divorce in 2017. I need these things to literally stay alive. I cannot get up out of bed without assistance. I cannot bathe without assistance. I cannot dress without assistance. I cannot go to the doctor without non-emergency medical transportation. And it's not just me, it's millions of others. So, what I say to you, both the disabled and non-disabled community, not yet disabled community, if it doesn't now, one day, disability will end life. So what I say to you is call your representatives, call your senators, ask them to codify Olmsted so that they are able, so that we are all able to live in our communities amongst our neighbors, our friends, our families, so that we can live, work, and participate in our communities fully for forever and all time, because we have the right to. It is not only our right, our responsibility to fight for ourselves. So, if you have a ballot, if you are 18 years or older, register to vote, vote, and hold these people accountable that are in office. Make sure they are doing as they are advertising. Hold them responsible. They work for you. Do not be afraid. Call your Congress people. Email. But most importantly, vote. My grandfathers and my uncles did not fight for this country, for us as a community to sit on our asses and whine that, oh, I'm too tired. I am tired every single day with this work, because I presently live in a group home, and the 3 other people that live here are not able to advocate for themselves. So I very often am having to advocate for all 4 of us. It's not something that I mind doing, but it is our responsibility as a community to fight for ourselves. And we got to fight for one another, because you know what? Eventually, we're all in the same spot. We're all going to be fighting for our rights. Our veterans should not have reduced services. We should not have to wonder, hey, am I going to be able to get to the doctor? Am I going to be able to fill out this work and get to this appointment on time? We have a right to live, work, and serve in our communities just like everybody else. And to the able-bodied community, oh, well, you're not working. Yeah, I might not work for money right now, but believe me, I work my behind off every day for this organization and for this community, because I serve for disability community for democracy. I serve in Medicaid Advisory Council, and policy, and submit public comment on a regular basis. As someone who has to use Medicaid, because none of these services are paid for through any form of private insurance, whether someone or not. It doesn't matter. Care costs well over $2,000 a month. That is literally just to get up, get dressed, have clean surroundings, and have food to eat. That's just the care. I'm not even talking about the cost it takes to live where I live. Like, to literally have a roof over my head. No, there are no accessible homeless shelters here in the United States, and some nursing homes don't take people under 65. So think about that for a minute. When you fight for me or anybody else with disability, you're also fighting for yourself. Remember that. So call those senators, flood those phones, people. Flood those phones, everybody. I don't care what color you are. I don't care who you love, who you were married to, who you're, just flood the phones, flood the email boxes, get their attention and hold them accountable. They work for you.
I am going to thank you, Jennifer. Just stay on for a second. Jennifer, thank you for your hard work. As always, Jennifer has been a part of Disability Community for Democracy since the beginning. She is leaving at the end of the year her leadership position, but she is an excellent writer, and she is going to write about National Immunization Month. I believe that's your topic. So that article is going to come out in a couple weeks from this past Thursday. And Jennifer is saying, flood those phones by saying no to Crip Crow. That the QR code is above my head. And what she's saying is call every single day your U.S. representative and your 2 U.S. senators, and also contact your state and local and county officials to demand that they contact the people who represent their areas. Like, for example, I'm going to use my city as an example because we do not have county government in Massachusetts. So where I live, we have 2 members of Congress that represent of the House represent my city, and then we have our U.S. senators. So I, as somebody who serves on my disability commission, is going to, if we have quorum in September, going to make a motion that we write a letter to the people who represent our city that they codify Olmstead by updating the Americans with Disabilities Act. And I'm going to say this with all due respect to the legacy organizations that started immediately after the ADA. We cannot be afraid to update the ADA. We updated it 18 years ago due to a Supreme Court decision. This is our lives. And so we need Olmstead updated because it's important. We need Olmstead codified, because our humanity is not up for debate, and we are not going to play games and do what happened with Roe. Went away. We don't have the right to privacy anymore in this country at all. That was a right to privacy case. Therefore, abortion's gone in a bunch of states completely. You don't have access to abortion care. So if the Supreme Court has their way, they would do the same thing. So, Jennifer, do you want to say anything else? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Don't worry about it. I know this sometimes with disability. I have done the same thing with my disability too. I drop things. Do you want to say anything about your role? And I know you said something about the Silent Coordinator, but do you want to say anything about your role particularly? And why you do it?
Why I do this. Let's see.
Yeah. Why you decided to join?
I decided to join Disability Community for Democracy because I've been a disability awareness educator, if you will, for the majority of my life. But I knew in 2024 that I really had to get in gear and do more to educate people to fight for our rights as a community, because either had anything regarding people with disabilities or the disability community. And since we are 1/3 of the electorate, we need to be represented. And I thought, I've got to do something. Let me see what I can do. I have a degree in public relations. Let me see how I can help. And I've always had an interest in law, and that is the direction I'm going to be taking, hopefully this coming year, in 2027. But I will always be involved with Disability Community for Democracy because we are the first organization that is actually large. The majority of the people in leadership have disabilities.
Everyone in leadership is required to have a disability.
Everyone in leadership is required to have a disability. Unlike others where there's maybe 1/3 of the people in leadership having a disability or something. All of us in leadership are required to have a disability. And that says something to me that, we know from our lived experiences, whether it's home care, case management, what have you, that we know how things are going to work. Or that they're most likely to work. And we know how to address our needs better than anybody else. No other community can speak for us. We've got to speak for ourselves.
And the most important thing, unlike a lot of disability organizations where they mainly talk about physical, like it's very segmented.
Right.
We talk about it all of it. So if you only have a psychiatric disability, or you only have substance abuse disorder, you don't have any other disabilities. And I'm not saying those disabilities aren't major in and of themselves. They are.
Right.
We talk about it. We talk about it.
We
We're
do.
going to be talking about
We talk about
Recovery Month
everything.
next month, in September, right?
Right.
We're going to be talking about it because those are disabilities.
Right.
Go ahead,
Talk
Jennifer.
about it all.
We talk about it all. So the last thing I want to say to you before you log off is I'm grateful for your friendship, and I'm grateful that you wrapped us up and closed us out with the strong word of like, your family members fought for this country and stop whining. As you know, I also come from multi-generational, from my brother all the way down to my grandfather on my father's side. My uncles, both on my mother's two older brothers, and my father's younger brother, and my father, my grandfather, my brother all served in the military. My brother, my grandfather served, and one of my uncles served in combat. And so they didn't fight for this country, for a country that does not love them a lot of the times because of the color of their skin and their ethnicity. With my brother and my uncles, because they're Latino men as well as Black, but they love this country and they fought for it anyway. And so we need to keep fighting for the people who gave their lives and their bodies and became disabled so we can have the freedom to speak out. We cannot be afraid. And Jennifer, thank you for doing this today. I know this is a hard day for you personally. And if you need anything, reach out. With that, you can turn off your camera and go rest and grab your phone, because I know that's what fell. And I hate when that happens. That's the most annoying thing in the world. When your phone falls
Right.
and then you can't reach it. And like, I've left my phone on the floor, and I'm not a wheelchair user. I'm like, it's not plugged in. It's gonna stay there until I can beg to get it. So I'm gonna let you take care of that, and I'm gonna just close this out with some announcements.
Okay.
All right, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
So Jennifer, like she said, scan this QR code. That's to, and I'm looking at it right now on the top left. To say no to Crip Crow. Scan it, bookmark it in your bookmark it for your favorites. Excuse me, my brain is like stuck. And I'm going to put the link in the chat. Call them even on the weekends, because they do check their messages on Monday. Number 2, I'm going to stop that. We're going to go to the sign up for Lobby Day. August 25th, we are going to do an in-person Lobby Day. And if you are able to do that, this is the sign up link for that. We need people to sign up by August 11th so we can train you how to speak to people in Congress, right? There's a way that we need to speak to people. They only give us, usually a half an hour, sometimes 15 minutes. And sometimes it's only 15 minutes. Usually it's a half an hour, and you're lucky if you get an hour. And I want to say that this is important. There are 535 voting members of Congress. That does not include our 6 delegates from our territories. So if we have 10 people, we need 5,350 people. It is definitely doable if everyone signs up and spreads the word that we're doing this. I know the 25th is a weekday. I understand it's hard. Some people are working. And I know some people are not going to be able to participate because they cannot do things in person. We are going to have a virtual Lobby Day in September. So if you would prefer to do that, details will be announced soon on that. But we really need the bodies to show up in person. And so I'm going to do that. I'm going to hide that itself. Let me hide that. The other thing I want to say is, if you haven't already become a paid subscriber to Nothing About Us Without Us, please do so if you're able to. For annual subscribers, we are offering a 30% off forever discount. The work that we do, here, we don't get any grants or government funding. We don't get any money to do this work from foundations. And so the only way we are able to support our work is through people becoming paid subscribers or purchasing our merch. So we can host events like this. So we can go lobby in person in DC. So we can even go to stuff in district places that are further in different parts of the different states. I'm eventually going to have to go to states like Vermont and Maine and stuff like that. That's not close to me, and I have to travel. So I want to say that. And I know Kimmy is a hardcore supporter. Kimmy went in the chat. She is an annual subscriber. She has purchase a ton of merch, and she's making phone calls on the regular. And I know she's making them on the regular because every single time I post something or Nick posts something, she is sharing it and saying, make those phone calls. She is all in for it. So I'm wearing actually the shirt, the Say No to Crip Crow campaign. This is our boxy tee, oversized. I can only really wear oversized t-shirts in the summertime. I love oversized t-shirts in the summertime, unless they're my favorite band t-shirts, then I'll wear them. I love them snug because they use a different material for their t-shirts, which kind of sucks. But this supports our campaign and the work we do, everything that we do. Nothing about us without us. And so I am going to put that, the link to the store itself in the chat for those who might be interested. I'm putting the general store link in the chat. That's one of our items. This is another item that we have. We have a darker version of this shirt. So the dark version is white letters and the light shirts are black letters. So this is our lighter version. And if you visit the store link in the chat, you can definitely do that. You can make a purchase. It is 20% off until the end of the month, which is a week from yesterday. Same thing with the discount for annual subscribers. That's 30% off until the end of the month, which again was yesterday. And with that, my body is saying, ouch, ouch, ouch. This was the time that we were supposed to end. We were supposed to end at 4. And because of all the technical difficulty stuff and people struggling to get on and other things happening, we are ending when we're supposed to. So with that, you will see me here on Monday. I believe it's at 6. I'm interviewing Victoria Kirby York for the third part of our Say No to Crip Crow campaign. She's going to tell her story why Olmstead, that this Olmstead memo is dangerous from her perspective, and we're going to have a deeper conversation. I love her to death. Like she's, I consider her family. And so with that, I'm going to close out, and I want to thank everybody for being here. We are ending with, 157 people on, and I want to say thank you to Nick for joint streaming this on his platform, Sick of the Shit Publications platform. And have a great day, everyone, and happy Disability Pride Month. And hopefully I'll see some of you again on all the lives we're doing next week to round out the month. Have a good rest of your weekend, everyone.